Well, that was quick. Host 00312. Thank you for the follow. That was, like, immediate. I'm impressed at how fast that was. Either that or that's from a previous stream in which I missed. It has been quite a while. And so since it has been quite a while, let's just do something completely different. That's pretty much what we did last time I felt like playing Zelda. We just played a little bit of, at the time, Skyward Sword HD. And so now we're going to be doing a little bit of Breath of the Wild. I'll probably largely be skipping cutscenes in this, so just a fair warning about that. If you do enjoy watching the cutscenes, then sorry, they take a while. I kind of want to get to the gameplay. And if you don't want to watch the cutscenes, then I guess that's good news for you. You don't have to deal. This one cannot be skipped, tragically, so there's nothing I can do about that. However, the ones that can be skipped probably will be skipped, because I've been playing the third file ever on my own time, so I guess this is sort of technically my fourth time playing through the game. For a quick bit of background for anybody wondering how much I played this game, I did a 100% run-through when the game first came out, and yes, that does unfortunately include the Korok seeds, and then took a little bit of a break from it for a couple weeks, and then after that, went in, and after I got off the Great Plateau, I went straight to fight Ganon, and beat the game that way, so it was pretty much as quickly as I could do it, I did it, and it is possible. It's not easy, but it's possible. And then had not touched it for a long, long time up until a couple weeks ago, and then I felt like doing a playthrough again to see if the game was as bad as I remember, because I actually didn't like Breath of the Wild that much. Part of that was absolutely getting burnt out on it. I will fully admit that was part of it. However, if I have to pick a Zelda game to, like, just pick up and play, I picked up and played Ocarina, Majora, Wind Waker, Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess, pretty much any other 3D Zelda game before this one I picked up at least one other time, and in the cases of some of those, multiple times. It just... I don't know what it is about this one in particular, just... I don't get the urge to pick this one up and play it very often, which is why when I did get the urge, I was like, I need to jump on it, and hopefully it will not be as bad as I remember. And it's not, which is the good news. It's not as bad as I remember. I'm not going to go bashing this game for all eternity. Because I also said I wasn't a big fan of Wind Waker, and it grew on me after multiple playthroughs. I said the same thing about Twilight Princess, and it grew on me after multiple playthroughs. I didn't say that about Ocarina of Majora, or Skyward Sword. But it kind of fell into that same boat. It is higher on my list now if I'm putting every Zelda game on there. However, it didn't just jump from, like, mid-position straight into, oh, this is the best Zelda game that's ever been made. I still don't think that. But it's very solid. It's a good game. And I can safely say, if you're worried about having to pay $60 for it, you will absolutely get your money's worth out of it. There's no doubt in my mind about that. I think this is just a different style of Zelda game that doesn't really fit what I'm looking for, is the best way to say it, typically. This feels a little bit more like an Assassin's Creed game, because in Zelda, you really got three big components of the game, which is exploration, combat, and puzzle solving. And there's kind of a certain ratio in most of the games, in particular 3D games, between those three things. You know, you're probably looking at like a 40-40-20 split between exploration, puzzle solving, and combat, respectively. And in this game, the exploration takes up probably 80 to 85%, and you could probably argue for higher than that amount. With the puzzle solving coming down to the occasional Korok seed, some of the shrines, and even then some of them aren't really much of a puzzle solving, and the divine beasts. And for combat, you know, like, you can fight enemies all the time, but you don't really have to, which is what I do and don't like. Like, if you don't want to deal with the enemies, you just don't. And, you know, a lot of times, if you've done speedrunning for the games that you like, or, you know, just generally try to get through them quick, not even necessarily speedrunning, but just playing them, you know, and if you're in a dungeon, unless you're in a room where you have to kill all enemies, unless they're just a gigantic pain, unless you don't, you're probably not going to. And, you know, like, it does pay early on to kill enemies so you can get weapons from them, but like if you've got a good set of weapons, you're probably not going to use those weapons unless you're forced to, for whatever reason. So it kind of is beneficial to not attack enemies too terribly often. It's a bit weird in that aspect. So I will admit, I don't think it's bad. It is different, but it's not for me, personally. I think is ultimately what it boils down to. It's just not for me. And yes, I'm going to be pretty much just skipping all of the how-tos in this. And trying to figure out what's going on with the camera here, because it is not having it. I don't know if that's because it's early game, but I would like the camera to pull back much farther than it is. There we go, that's better. I don't know why I was doing that, that was very bizarre. I was discussing this game with a coworker a couple days ago that was interested in playing it, and one of the people in that conversation had said, like, you know, they got not too terribly far into it. I'm trying to use the paraglider, sorry. And it just didn't stick for them. Like, they just weren't... It didn't work for them, which I get. I totally get that. Thanks. So for those who haven't seen the game before, really quick rundown without spoiling the story. Breath of the Wild's got a huge map. It's absolutely gigantic. We are on a very tiny section of it called the Great Plateau. And you cannot get off the plateau without the item this guy will give you, which is the paraglider. And the reason being is you need to be able to glide down to the ground. Otherwise, you will just fall and die. So if you do try to do that, it will inevitably kill you. So you do need the paraglider to progress. I'm sure there's probably some way to glitch it or finagle it to where you don't actually... But you want the paraglider regardless because it's very, very helpful. So that is primarily what we're going to be doing. You'll be seeing a lot of... Yep, thank you, Korok Seed. Yeah, you will be seeing a lot of Korok Seeds, for the record. You'll be seeing a lot of stuff early on, and it looks like it's a lot, but actually it's not really relatively that much, all things considered. The important things to make note of is basically you have a stamina bar in this game, unlike a lot of other Zelda games. I'm actually going to switch to that weapon since it is better than what we've got currently, even though it is rusted. I wish I could get the camera to cooperate. You do have a stamina bar. If the stamina runs out, you've got to wait for it to recharge. You do have to wait for it regardless, but for example, if you're in the water and your stamina runs out, then you drown, air quote, and lose a heart. It doesn't make you game over, but you do take a penalty for it. This camera is so bad. Why is it not cooperating? I just need you to not do that. I need to not get interrupted. Let me try that again. I need to not get interrupted by cutscenes. Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you. I will be sure to head for that point, but you have to stop talking in order for that to happen. Like with all the other Zelda games, you get main quests, side quests, shrine quests as well, a bunch of different things. Here's an enemy. That's how you fight an enemy. You beat it up, you take its weapon, it'll drop things, you take those too. Bunch of different food things. There's monster parts. There's many different things you can use for crafting. You can use them to upgrade your different types of gear, different types of clothing later on. But for the time being, we're in a relatively linear point. We could be doing like Korok Seeds and stuff like that, sure. Yeah. I was gonna go and blow up the barrels, but oh well. Yeah, like that, for example. Camera, thanks. She'd throw a rock at me. There is no limit. Well, I mean, there is a limit. It's $9.99, but there's no weight penalty for picking up food items, for picking up monster parts, nothing like that, so don't feel shy about doing that. There's, like, outside of potentially dying, there's no incentive to not do that. I'm going to wait on that just because of the blue bokoblin. That I could, if I was careful, dodge all that stuff, but I'm not going to worry about it too terribly much for the time being. What is this? Oh, sure, we'll take it. Later on, of course, you get better items, but you know what? At this point, we're kind of just in the case of everything is useful, so grab everything. I'm impressed you missed the shot that was that close to you, but I appreciate the bows. Thanks. I feel like this is inverted, but I didn't change it on my other file, so it's not inverted. Thank you. Alright, now I should be able to take on those guys pretty easily. Enemies do occasionally have shields, but you can also break their guard if you need to. And when it comes to having different weapon or different items that you can hold for your gear, you basically have 3 different ones, which is your weapons, swords, spears, axes, clubs, etc. You've got different types of shields, which you will almost never see me use because I prefer to dodge rather than shield, and bows and arrows, which are incredibly useful. Very, very good items to have. I would prioritize weapons, then bows, then shields, but that is personal preference. And also, anybody that's watched me play a Zelda game knows that I am very aggressive with my playstyle, so that is nothing new. Also in the game are different towers. They're very nice. They're basically giant pillars in the sky that you can paraglide off of, but the towers also give you different pieces of the map. So this is the one that's required for the Great Plateau. So you get a little bit of a better idea of what the region looks like rather than it just all being blacked out. I could probably skip this. Yes, I can. And so this will obviously make it much more easy to navigate around. If you're going to a new area, this is almost, not always, but almost always what I recommend doing first is getting the tower. Because they are very, very helpful. They're not always directly in the center of the area, though. This is actually a good example. This is towards, if I remember correctly, the east/southeast. So not always the best, but for the Great Plateau, because of how small an area it is relative to the rest of the world, you can see just about everything. No, it's 61 degrees here. That is far too cold for my liking. But I guess Link's running around and he's got on long pants and a long shirt, so 61's probably feeling a bit warm for him. Oh good, I can skip this. You're gonna hear me say that a lot. Oh good, I can skip this. Because in the playthrough that I was doing, I actually did, I listened to all the cutscenes, but I will not be doing that here. I need the camera to cooperate or I am gonna fall and die. There we go. That's better. Normally you don't have to get up, you don't have to get down the towers like that. You can just jump off and paraglide, but you need the paraglider from this guy before you can do that. Yep, we got towers, we got things, we got stuff. Many things. Yep, heard a voice. Nope, didn't recognize it. I know this game's been out for a while, so I'm not going to spoil anything too cutscene heavy. But the story here's largely pretty minimal, and I say that for 2 reasons. Is one, there's a thing where you can go and find your old memories, because as Link, you've lost your memory. But you don't have to do that. I don't think you're required at all. I think you might need to technically find 1 memory, maybe, but I can't say that for absolute certain. But as a result, like, if you don't want to deal with that part of the story, you don't have to. And that kind of leads to the second point, is a good chunk of this story, unless you're, like, reading diaries and stuff like that, you just don't need to. Like, it just won't come up. And, that can be both good and bad. I prefer the Ocarina Majora style where it's told to you, but I also do like the ability to skip, and it doesn't need to be New Game Plus. Also, MarziPlayer22, thank you for the follow. It is very much appreciated. So that's more my personal preference, is like, you know, have it there, but don't force it on the player. I think that's, to me, where I kind of draw the line of just don't force it. Make it like Skyward Sword HD. If people want to skip it, they can, especially for people that like doing New Game and not New Game Plus, but they don't want to... There it is. But they don't want to listen to the story over and over because they already know it, because they've played it like 3,800 times. But now we've got our official big mechanic of the game, the thing that is actually important to do, which is the different shrines. By completing 4 of them, you'll get a spirit orb each time you complete one. By completing 4 and getting 4 spirit orbs... I'm going to break open this box. You will get the ability later on to either increase your stamina wheel, which gives you the ability to climb for longer, swim for longer, run for longer, etc. Or you can get yourself an extra heart. Early game, believe it or not, even despite only having 3 hearts, I would actually kind of recommend stamina, honestly. I would alternate, personally. I would go stamina heart, until you've got 2 full stamina wheels, and then probably back off and stick to just hearts for a little while. Now, normally the trials are going to be specifically puzzles using what you already have, and occasionally they will give you something. But in the case of the first 4, they'll actually give you additional runes. Don't expect that to be a commonplace thing, because there are 120 of these. But the first one we get is Magnesis. Basically, you can move metal objects. It's very helpful. Pretty much all the runes are helpful, including Cryonis, and don't believe what anyone tells you that Cryonis is useless, because that just means that they forget that it exists. So you pick a spot, figure out where you want it to go, have it get stuck. I've never seen it do that before. Hello? I don't think I've seen it get stuck before. This should be lifting up right now. There we go. Okay, that was weird. So yeah, you can control it with... It's inverted. That was why I was having issues with the camera. Why is it inverted? What is going on? Oh, that's much better. Good lord. I don't know why it was inverted. That was why I couldn't get it to go anywhere, because it thought I was pushing it down. I was trying to lift it up. I didn't turn that on, so I don't know why it was doing that, but okay. Yeah, you can use the D-pad to push and pull it. Push it through things like that. You can lift it up. You can bend it around. A lot of different things you can do with it. Here's an enemy. There you go. Killed it. That was basically an itty-bitty guardian. They'll get stronger later on, but right now they are not much of a threat most of the time. Depending on the type of chest, you can also literally just grab a chest and lift it towards you. Gimme. Traveler's bow. Thanks, I'll take it. And there you go. Nice and simple. Explosion. An explosion of needles. I apologize if you have a fear of needles, and you will never be able to unsee that ever again. So when you complete a shrine, you get an orb. It also heals you fully, which is nice. So if you get through like a really tough fight in a shrine, and you see the end, and you're like, oh, I should heal, don't waste your items on healing. Just go and get the orb. I've made that mistake exactly one time and never again, because I wasted a very good piece of food by doing that. So there we go. We've done what the old man told us. We get the paraglider right. No, he's going to change the rules and tell you that you got to do all the shrines. I do like that you have the option to basically just keep bugging him about the paraglider. Like, yo, you need to give me a paraglider. I'll beat you up. I'll do it. Alright, so yeah, one of the other things he will also tell you about is the ability to fast travel, which you would absolutely need. This game would be terrible without the ability to fast travel. So you can go to the Shrine of Resurrection, which is where you started the game. You can go to any tower, and you can also go to any shrine. Whether you've completed it or not, you can go to any shrine in the game. As long as you have activated it by getting close enough to it, it will register on your map, and you can use that to get at least closer to what you're aiming for. If not, going back to the shrine. If you're, say, not equipped or prepared for it, you can also do that. So you can see a little bit of use out of Magnesis right there. I would heavily recommend picking up any gems you can get, because even if you're not going to use them for crafting, they are one of the better ways early game to make money, because they sell for a pretty good chunk. I'm not going to be going after every single Korok seed on the Great Plateau. There's 17, 15 of which you can get right now. You actually have to leave the plateau for the last 2 of them to appear, because one of them is actually in the shrine that you start the game in. And the other one, I don't know why it's until after you leave, but it is, so we'll accept it as it is, and we'll move on, I guess. So yeah, he wanted you to go back up to the tower, so all you have to do is hit minus and pull up your map, and you can see everything. There's the Shrine of Resurrection, there's the tower. You just click on it, and you warp there. Pretty friggin' simple. You can do that while swimming, you can do it in mid-air. It's really nice in that regard. You get a lot more rain out of it than you think you would, of like, oh, I'm like falling down a cliff because I just got blown up. Surely I can't do it while I'm falling down a cliff. Yeah, you can. If you can pull up the map, then it will let you travel. Which is kind of nice, because if you're about to fall and make a mistake that you did not mean to, then you can just fix it that way. He'll also teach you about making pins on the map, which we'll go ahead and do. You can go anywhere and like click a thing, and you can either use stamps or pins. The stamps will just kind of mark it, and then you can check it on your map at any time. With the pins, you can actually physically see them while you're on your mini map. So, for example, there's a shrine right there. There's a tower, but I'm not going to mark the tower. I'm just going to mark the shrines that we need for the time being. So we got that one. Which one am I missing? I'm missing... I'm trying to think. I believe it's... like there. Yep, there it is. So those are the other 3 we've got to reach. And I almost foolishly jumped off, and that would have absolutely killed me. Both, like, emotionally and actually killed me in the game. Alright. Now that we're down here, let's go ahead and do yellow first. You'll probably just hear me call them by the names of whatever color pin I used. But we'll do yellow first because it's the closest. And then we'll probably swing around and just continue to go counterclockwise. There is a bit of a side quest, and though it's not required, it is very helpful, so I would recommend that you do it if possible. There we go. Catching things like butterflies will usually be combined with monster parts whenever we get to a cooking pot. When one shows up, I'll make mention of it, obviously. But those are used for elixirs, so they don't heal you, but they're specifically for, like, this is to, you know, help with your cold resistance. This is to help with your speed, something like that. But yes, if you crouch by clicking in the left thumbstick, that will make it harder for enemies to notice you, because you do have a volume meter that's directly below the temperature gauge in the bottom right. If you're using the bow and arrow, try to go for headshots if you can, because they do double damage. Also set things on fire if you can, because they don't appreciate it. space? I'm not out of space. Perfect. As one of the things you have to be very careful in fighting that group of moblins is that guy actually does a lot of damage, both because he is physically stronger, and his weapon, by comparison to anything we've seen, is incredibly good because it's at 12, and everything else we've been sitting at is about 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is enough to probably, if not kill you in one hit, get incredibly close to doing so, which is why I would recommend shooting the ropes on the candles to drop the candle, make them explode, and it kills all the red ones inside. Presumably, you've already sniped that guy off his tower, which I would highly recommend you do. And with that, we can continue on our merry adventure. Before we do that, however, there is one more thing I want to go and pick up now that we actually have some bows. That campfire is not a cook pot, but it does serve two small uses. One is that you can sit next to it, and that will enable you to stay... It'll enable you to pass time, and it'll give you the option for morning, noon, or night. Didn't think so. Or you can also drop pieces of food on it, which will bake them, but that is not the same as cooking them. Baking them will typically just add a tiny bit more amount of health that you'll get. Cooking will give you the additional status effects. So typically, not always, but typically, it is better to go for cooking over baking. You probably will see a lot of like, oh hey, you got a new item here, here's an example of wood. But after you get it once, you don't have to worry about seeing it again unless it's specifically searching for something, or an item given to you, or something in a treasure chest. So think along those lines. But thankfully, no, you will not be seeing them every single time. That would get very obnoxious very quickly. Probably avoid using that axe. Oh, hey, one of you. Right in the crotch. I mostly attacked him for the horns. If you fight monsters, you will get a lot of bokoblin horns and things of that nature. So if you're really in a pinch for needing to sell things for money, that is one option, is you can just do that. The reason we came back here was to hunt for fish. Bingo. Because part of the area we're going through, you'll probably want that high roll bass. Not for it specifically, but for a reward you can make. That will very much come in handy. You see, there are different temperatures, as you could probably guess by the temperature gauge. And if the temperature gets too hot or cold, then you will start to take damage. In particular, over here, you will start taking damage from the cold, because you're really high up, it's icy mountains, that kind of thing. So it is very heavily recommended that you pick up a high roll bass once you have the bow. If you have done one of the other trials to get your explosives, I'll just go ahead and spoil it. The bombs, you can use bombs to fish pretty effectively as well, but you do not have to do that. Bow and arrow works just as well. The other thing you will need is for the camera to cooperate. That's very important. But you'll need one of those hogs that I stupidly just scared off. You can also pick up your arrows if you end up losing them somewhere, which is nice. I think this is actually a proper campsite. Yeah, this one actually does have the proper cook pot. He does not have it active, so we can fix that. Light a torch on fire, light the pot, and you're free to cook. You can do that by simply just holding some objects, toss them in, and there you go. Fruit mushroom mix, which right now is full health. Don't get too inventive, honestly. The important thing to know is don't mix monster parts with food, just mix them with stuff like this. So we'll say something like that. And then Link can face the correct way and actually drop them in. So something like that will give you an elixir. And if you add more monster parts or more of the bugs or lizards or whatever, then you'll get better elixirs that will either last for longer or the effect will be higher. I do want that Traveler's Bow, so I'm going to drop this. Early on, get used to just dropping stuff that you don't need, where it's just a simple case of something better came by, and just drop your either weapon that you're about to lose due to the fact that it's about to break, like a Linkin Park song, or if you just have one that is substantially weaker. Yeah, I didn't get that one either. See, the thing is, the bows that I'm used to using are not this weak. Let's show what these are. Bokoblin Arm. There's a Boko Spear. Spears usually will do less damage, however they have faster attacks and also better range. Axes, of course, are going to be high damage, but they're going to be lower range and slower speed. So just kind of up to preference of what you prefer. They gonna come after me. I have to deal with the bees. Yep, looks like it. There we go. Alright, we've scared off the bees. Good. We did it to get some bee honey, which is always helpful. You can also sneak up on the fireflies and grab them as well. They are for stealth. Stealth actually is pretty good early on. There's a Stamella Shroom. I don't think we've got one of those yet. Those are very helpful early on as well. Would heavily recommend saving those for cooking recipes so that you can increase your stamina. So if you are, for example, on a wall and you're about to fall off that wall because you're about to run out of stamina, you can literally eat it while you're on the wall and give yourself stamina back. This is very, very useful in that regard. There's one. I more so just want to grab his arrows. There we go. It's always in like high priority to go after the guards first because A, they're typically archers that stand on boxes like this. And so by doing so, you can stop them from alerting things too early. They got up. Oh well, not a big deal. These guys aren't too terribly strong, so it's not that big a deal. And also because they will typically drop arrows. Not always, but usually. Yep, different shield. You can switch shields too. You probably don't see me do that very much. You can take their seared steak that they were cooking. And if you ever see a chest like that with the glowing purple eyes, if you do kill all the enemies, then you get your right to that chest. Which in this case is an opal. Could be worse. Some plants will glow during the night, making them easier to see, or some will actually only be available during night for animals and bugs, like the fireflies, you could probably guess. Well, if you had grabbed it, you fool. See, this is going to present a different issue that I might run into here, which is I will probably not be able to find another one of the boars that I'm looking for. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm probably... I think he already ran off. You get out of here. Good God. Trying to kill an animal. And I gotta deal with these jackasses. Give me all them arrows. This is probably gonna be like an amber or another opal or something not that great. Yep. Pretty sure I'm good on bows. I don't tend to break bows very often. Despite using them, they seem to last way longer than the weapons do. Oh, hi. Speaking of the weapons not lasting that long. One other cool thing you can do is, I don't know if you can do it yet. Yeah, you can. You can actually do slow time if you jump and draw out your bow. I thought you had to have the paraglider for that, but no, you can do it there as well. It's just a lot harder. Silent Shroom for stealth, so you can probably guess. We can get that Korok Seed right now. Oh, right, I don't have a torch. One other thing you can do. Oh, no, never mind, I have space for a torch. Alright, I'll just take that then. I was gonna say, you could also just hold right bumper and just literally throw in an item if you don't want. And usually throwing it is actually not a terrible idea if it's low on energy, because it will do pretty good damage against something if it connects. But instead, we'll just do a nice little Olympic run here. Set that on fire. Get put on fire, almost die. And there we go. Yeah, haha, you found me. Yep, that is it. Feel like I didn't drop it back on your head, because don't worry, that thought had crossed my mind. What's up, nerd? Yeah, go pick up your weapon. Pretty much anything that's a Boko Club or higher will probably be fine in this area, really. You don't need that much more. Since I can't seem to find the boar, let's just go back and focus on what we were doing. I don't really need the piece of equipment for it, but it is worth noting you will need raw meat and a Hyrule Bass, as well as one other object, but I remember that one being really good, easy to get, so you've probably already picked it up. Oh, a spicy pepper, but the instructions that they give you for it, there's literally a pepper right next to the instructions, so the odds of you not noticing that are pretty much 0. Also, hello, Spoot. How have you been? Nope, didn't make it. I'm surprised it only did a heart worth of damage. Maybe if somebody had jumped when I pressed the button, that wouldn't have happened. Man, I missed my climbing gear from my other file. That's like one of the best sets that I have is the climbing gear. I've barely upgraded anything on my other file. I feel like I'm missing so much in terms of gear. I've got probably like 6 or 7 sets total, and I'm 3/4 done the game. Alright, so as for this one, there's a bunch of those guardians roaming around. They won't try and kill you. So we're just going to take a hard pass on that, because we're not really interested. Nope, we're not interested. Too bad. We're not interested. Seriously, unless you're selling Thin Mints, go away. Nope. No, thank you. Let's go ahead and do the shrine first. I believe there's a Korok seed directly behind that, but that might be the other one that you actually have to wait until you've gotten off the plateau. So it may not actually matter. Yep, this is Bomb. I like how all the other ones have, like, fancy names that haven't been used in Zelda before. They have Magnesis or Cryonis or Stasis, and this one's just Bomb. Bomb is the Clyde of the abilities. It's the only one that doesn't sound all nice and fancy. Unlike Inky, Pinky, Blinky, it's just Clyde. He's got to be the individual, you know. So yeah, Remote Bomb, you basically have infinite bombs. They have to charge in this game, but you have infinite bombs. Circle and square. Square namely for if you need something to not roll all over the place. So you set it out with L, throw it with R, or drop it with A, depending on what you want to do, and then hit L after you've dropped it to detonate it. Show an example of dropping it here rather than flinging them around like a chimpanzee. Your inventory's full. Well, we can fix that problem. I'm not super big on the two-handed weapons, but I will fully admit it is very good to have at least one of them on your person at any given time. Also, it is worth noting, for example, that... Oops. Bombs are on different timers. The square and circle bombs do not share the same timer. As I'm falling, let me think about what to switch to. Oh, nice. I actually landed back on the platform. That'll save me from having to go up that set of stairs again that I did not want to have to deal with. Yeah, pretty much if you've used bombs in a Zelda game before, you pretty much get how these work. They function, like, slightly different, but I mean that when I say very, very slightly. Alright, so while that's getting sent over to the other side, in case you wanted to see the puzzle, there's me blowing it up. That lets you know those little puzzles can push you across. And almost every shrine will have at least one treasure, sometimes more. If they just outright give you one, though, then it's probably going to have to be used for a puzzle. There's one that's coming up here, Stasis, that will give you an iron sledgehammer, which is... It's nice that it gives it to you, but that's pretty much outright telling you, hey, you probably going to want this. And I don't think you need it for that puzzle, but it helps. That's kind of another one of those weapons you want to keep on you at any given time, which is another reason why I recommend upgrading the weapon slot above all else. Like, you pretty much, most of the time, want to have, like, a Korok leaf on you, a torch on you, a fire weapon, an ice weapon, an electric weapon on you, a hammer on you at any given time. So that's a lot of slots. Early on, it doesn't matter too much. Oh, hi, Mytho. Long time no see. But you do want, like, at least a couple of weapons that just keep it on hand, and then also, like, a pretty decent power weapon, like the 12 that I haven't been using. How wild is that breath? It's this wild. It's so wild I just blew up a rock wall. I'm not even going to go out that exit. That's how little I care. Actually, because I think, if I remember correctly... Yep, we can do this one now, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Just casually throw that off the plateau. Yaha, you found me. Yep, that's it. Enjoy. That's my favorite part about getting the Korok seeds is the ones where you have to pick up a rock and then you just immediately set it back down on top of their head. We're just gonna ignore that guy. Technically, you can fight those dudes right now if you really want to, if you're good with pairing attacks with your shield, which they haven't told you about yet, but if you lock on with L and then hit A. That's not what I meant to do, but yeah, we could shield surf as well. They'll give you all the tutorials for that later on after you get off the plateau. It's weird that they give you the combat tutorials so late. I guess they really just didn't have any faith in their players to try and experiment with it or something. I don't know. I know a few people that turned off of the game right out of the gate because they're like, I was expecting with all these buttons to be able to do all these cool things, and I wasn't able to do any of these cool things. And it's like, hey, you can. The game just didn't teach you about that yet. I finally lost a bow. There's one. There's two. I don't think we need anything here. Not really interested in bees, thanks. I was going to leave that honeycomb alone, but I mean, since they decided to bug me, I'm just going to steal their honey. I'll steal the whole comb. I'll just take the hive. It'll be fine. Look at all those Boko shields. My god. Alright, so if you've got the bass and also the meat that you need, the raw meat, now would be the time to get those prepared. If not, like me, then you're going to be doing this the fun way. It's also a good chance to grab some stamella shrooms because there's a fair few of them around this area. Also a good reason to keep the two-handed weapons around is if you're not using an axe. Which is technically a two-handed weapon, but it doesn't play much like one. We could probably use that. Yeah, let's just get rid of the Boko Club. I was gonna see if that got their attention, but I guess not. Oh well. Yeah, there are a bunch of mushrooms just around these trees next to this guy's house, because this is the old man's house, actually. You'll run into him pretty much all over the place. You can find him at his house, you can find him chopping wood, you can find him hunting. He just teaches you all the basics of the game. That's about it. Oh, yeah, there's a pot lid, which doesn't actually work for cooking. It is literally just used as a shield. You can also charge with the spears, by the way. I don't find it as useful as charging with the swords, which is essentially the spin attack, or the axes, or the two-handed weapons, which I have not shown off, but those are incredibly useful. When I get a chance to show that one off, I will. Alright, another Korok seed. And there you go, spicy pepper. I'm not going to read the diary, but in short, he basically says in there was a recipe that he can't remember, that he wished he could remember, which uses 1 spicy pepper, 1 Hyrule bass, and 1 raw meat that we do not have, which is why I was hunting the boars earlier and could not get one, tragically, because I'm impatient, and the bow and arrow that I typically use would have one-shotted those. You can kill the birds, but they are drumsticks rather than the proper thing, so those will not work. Actually, let's go ahead and switch to the axe. But if you do all that and cook it in a pot and use one of each of those and then give it to the old man, he will give you a cold-resistant tunic. Oh, there's the Korok leaf. I'm not going to keep that, but something to keep in mind is the leaves are actually semi-useful, because they will now enable you to generate wind. For combat, they're absolutely useless, obviously. But for being able to generate wind, they are incredibly helpful. They can let you use sailboats. They're used in a lot of puzzles that require them to get Korok seeds. Fair few things like that. Bye! See if I can get him out of here, too. Yeah! Nice. There wasn't any prize for doing that. I just really wanted to kill them. More fire arrows. I will take those. It's weird not having them be like super important big things. It's just you just get arrows. They're like special types. They just show up at some points. Yeah, your typical fire, ice arrows. You got some electric arrows as well, and also some explosive arrows. And last but not least, and rarest of all, we'll probably not see any today, the ancient arrows, which are very good against those guardians. Ooh, I almost fell off there. The ancient ones you pretty much only want to save for fighting the guardians, because they do ridiculous damage to that enemy type. I'm just going to cook up a bunch of these in sets of 3. And it is not about having the health extension, mind you. It is specifically about having the stamina regain, because we're going to be doing a fair bit of climbing here in a second. 3 or 4 will pretty much suffice. 5, if you choose to do 5, because you can do up to 5 ingredients, will actually be more than what you have for your stamina right now. So I probably would not recommend wasting that, honestly. Let's do that. See if that will give a load level cold resist. Even if it's for like a small amount of time, I don't need it for that long. There we go. 3 minutes? Yeah, that's plenty. That's plenty of time. Was it right there? Interesting. It's not where I thought I marked that pin, but it'll do. Also, for anybody wondering why I've not been streaming recently, a couple things have come up, which is why we have not done any co-op or single-player stuff recently. The first and foremost is I went on vacation for about a week, from the 20th to the 30th. Both like an actual traveling vacation, but more importantly, not working vacation. Which was very much needed. I cannot stress enough how badly that was needed. And so, since not only was I not at home, I actually wasn't even in the state, obviously I was not able to stream for that time. And as fun as the vacation was, it was not very fun having a blowout on the way there, and it really wasn't a lot of fun having a blowout on the way back on a different tire. So, after that was dealt with, I had my car in the shop. I thought my computer was going to be completely messed up for a few days, and I'd have to replace a fan, but thankfully, due to the help of having some additional parts, I was actually able to just get into my computer proper, give it a little bit of home surgery, and fixed it, so it is not a problem anymore. Essentially, at some point when it was in my backpack, like one of the little underpieces that's used there for style, where it's got like the little gradient, I don't know what you call it specifically, but a chip of that must have come off and actually gotten inside of the PC. And, of course, if that manages to get into something, for example, a fan, I was holding up that whole time, so sure, we'll do that. That seems reasonable. But, of course, as it got into the fan, my computer was like, yo, there's something in your fan, so it would scream at me and then just turn off. Which, you know, if it had given me something more specific than screaming violently at me, a la a witch in Left 4 Dead, I might have been able to figure that out a little bit sooner. But as it would not give me any important detail, it was a little hard to figure that out at first. Come on, Link. Nope, you've made your bed, now you gotta lie in it. Now we gotta go the other way. This was your decision. We're gonna go hang out with your friends over here instead. This would be a good example to show, if the game will let me switch over, to why a two-handed weapon is really good when you charge. You can just spin around like this. Whee! That's what I typically use the two-handed weapons for, is either breaking rocks later on to give you valuable ore, or doing that. They are really good in that regard, but I don't typically like slow weapons in games. Throwing spear. Nah. I'll pass. Nah. Alright, scare off the bees, grab some explosive arrows if I remember correctly. Yep. Grab some more honey, and get on a merry adventure. I thought we already picked up an acorn, but apparently we didn't. Grab some more arrows. This is like a really good place to restock for arrows once you get the shrine that's up there taken care of, so you can keep warping to it. Because there's a feature that we have not yet seen. I don't remember if it shows up for the first time in a specific point, or if it can just happen anytime like it typically does in the game. But it is something that is unfortunately known as the Blood Moon, which basically resets all the enemies. Any enemies you kill in the game outside of the big bad bosses will respawn. It's basically the game's way of resetting, and in fact, the longer that you keep the game on, this is more noticeable on the Wii U than it is the Switch, but like, the longer you keep the game on, or the more stuff you do that takes away from its sort of default position, or, oh, I can't remember what it's called in science. Your control, that's what it is. Once it goes away from that control, air quote, then it'll be more and more likely for it to happen. So now that it's gotten cold, this actually isn't quite where I wanted to go. I'm going to just warp back here, which I realize probably wastes the thing I got unless I can get there quickly. But this is not the easiest way to get to either of the shrines we're looking for, which at this point is Cryonis, obviously. It makes sense the ice one would be in the icy area, and Stasis. Which Stasis is probably my personal favorite, particularly when it gets upgraded, it's really good. Plus, since I'll be going back through the forest area, if I can get down here easily, which is probably not. Can I jump down? Nope, sure can't. So, here would be a good example of being able to just tell the game, no, you don't control me or what I do. I'm just going to go where I want, and you can't say anything about it. Sure, depending on how far you went from that section, it might hinder your progress, but if you were going to die, it was going to reset you anyway, so... The game does feature autosaving, usually whenever you go into a new area, air quote, so if it's like a forest or a swamp or whatever it is, then it'll just say saving in the bottom left, and if it does that, it'll reset you wherever it resets you. But since the game didn't want to play nice... Now we have to go the long way. You can probably just go down right about there, and that'll be easy enough. So you can get a decently good amount of steepness to whatever you're trying to climb up or down before it actually forces you to fall or climb, depending on which of those two directions you're going. I'm going to go check for boars, but first, don't think I didn't notice this. Sure, we'll take another one. There's one right there. I see it. One thing you can also do later on for armor, more so right now, shields and swords, unequipping these will help your stealth slightly. And I do mean slightly. Usually the best thing to do is pretty early on in the game, and granted, you do have to sell a fair few items to get it early, but you can buy stealth armor and then also make a stealth elixir, and combining those two things together helps a ton, because each of the armor pieces has a head piece, a foot piece, and a chest piece, or leggings, I guess is the better term. Bingo. That's what I wanted. Raw meat. That way, I guess. I was trying to think about which way would be faster. It would be either that one or the one that's on the east. Yeah, it's probably that one. That's kind of why I do recommend, if you can get the boar, then go for it. The bass isn't that hard to get, because it's kind of trapped in that pond, so there's really not that much it can do. And if you've got bombs, you can literally just throw a bomb in there and detonate it, and it will pretty much kill anything in a pretty good radius, so there's a good chance you'll get it. And somehow that doesn't destroy the fish. I don't know how, but it doesn't, so there's that. So the other two elements of it are pretty easy to get, and if you can get all three, then it helps. If you don't get this side quest done after you leave the plateau, if you come back and go into the old man's house, it'll actually just be in a chest there waiting for you. You probably won't really need it that much after that point, because by the time you're going into a cold area, you probably already got the other gear that's stronger than this one is, but it's an option. So yeah, we're heading to red. Yeah, there goes my cold resistance food. I was going to say elixir, but no, it wasn't elixir. I don't know if it will be there yet, but we can check. From what I remember, there being a really good bow inside of the Temple of Time, and it's easy to access, but I don't know if it's going to be here yet or not. That guy will be, though. Thanks. No, that is definitely not the bow I was expecting. It probably gets better and better over time, because I picked that up on my other file yesterday, and it was a bow with 26 power, but that's probably because it got reset to something better later on. That's a little disappointing, but at the same time, that would be really easy to get a very easy bow, and you've done harder things for easier items at this point, so yeah, I kind of get why they wouldn't let you do that. I can already tell you right now I'm going to be upgrading stamina, because this is just, ugh. It's like playing a new file in Terraria before you've gotten any of your quality of life stuff. Oh, we can use the Bacala arm, sure. I don't really recommend the arm that much. I think the clubs are better. They've got pretty good power, but they have next to no durability. Like, they're up there with the tree branches for how low their durability is, so can't really say I'd recommend those. But, I mean, if you're fighting something, your weapon breaks, and it's there, then grab it, sure. Just know that it probably has only got like 3 or 4 hits in it, and it's already busted at that point. Yeah, I couldn't grab him. Oh well. The good news is, now we have everything we need. I'll go ahead and show the diary set, just for the heck of it. Spicy meat and seafood fry. With this dish on my side, I don't need the doublet. Contain raw meat and spicy pepper. However, I can't remember what else is in it. The bass is your answer. The Hyrule Bass. So Hyrule Bass, 1. Spicy pepper, 1. And raw meat, 1. That's all you need. And there you go. There's your answer. So you talk to him. I cooked something. So you tell him what the recipe is. He's like, ah, Hyrule Bass, how could I have forgotten? And you get the worm doublets. You do actually get to keep the seafood fry, for the record. You don't have to give it up for anything. But now you can put on this, which gives you cold resistance, as you can see right there. And that means that you can go up through the icy areas, at least here, and not suffer any penalty. If you want to like truly avoid penalties like that, you'll usually have to have at least 2 pieces of equipment for whatever resistance type you're looking for. Fire, electricity, water, what have you. However, for this, you only need 1 piece, which is very much preferable. Alright, that looks like a decent spot to climb from. It is worth noting, as I've done it a couple times, you can jump, and that will give you like a very brief boost up. However, if you're just going for trying to climb as far as you can, don't do that. It's speed over how far you get. But if you're like right at the top of an area, then you might as well go ahead and jump for it. And particularly if it's like you're just now about to like completely run out of stamina, at that point you might as well go for it. Unless you've got the paraglider, in which case you're probably better off just jumping off and paragliding. I'm not fully convinced I'm headed the right way. This should be Stasis, because I know for a fact Cryonis is the one that's at the top of the mountain. I'm completely sure of that. Yeah, this is what we cook the mushrooms for, is right before it gets down to nothing. We just switch over, eat one of these, and it refills the stamina gauge. You can also use the Hasty Elixir if you made one with you. That'll help with your movement speed for a little bit. I don't typically use movement speed up. I typically just equip the climbing gear if I've got climbing gear at that point, which you get pretty early in the game. You at least get the headband for it, which is enough to be helpful. But if you want to just like equip a different piece of armor while you're climbing a rock face, you can do that. In reality, I probably wouldn't recommend you do that, but in this game, yeah, you can absolutely do it. Dude, they can't see me. Don't be stupid. Yeah, with these guys, it's pretty simple. You just destroy the skeleton, and then all you have to do is hit their head once. Or you can punt them off a cliff like this. Bonk. I actually would rather have the Traveler Spear rather than the arm. Let's just throw that into the ether and take the spear. Cool. Moving on. Yeah, that's also true. The temperature will change based on time of day, so it gets hotter during the day, colder during the night, but in the Great Plateau, that will not make any difference, thankfully. Alright, so let's update our iPhone. Surprised it took me that long to make that joke, because I made that joke a lot when the game first came out, of like getting your iPhone, updating your iPhone, getting the new version, installing the security, like every time any of these things came up. Because it's an easy joke to make, but that doesn't mean that it's not funny. It's easy but funny. It's not like a fart joke where it's just like, oh, really? But fart jokes aside, we've now got stasis. You can now make sure your farts hold inside of your butt for all eternity. Simply with stasis, you pick an object, and you can't do it with every object, and you just freeze it in place for a set amount of time. You can also deactivate it early if you'd like, because it is on its own timer, and the timer takes a little while for stasis, so you might actually want to do that. I actually don't remember what this one is. Traveler Shield. Your inventory's full. Just because I'm feeling nice, even though I'm not going to use any of the shields, just because it's got one more point. You don't have, if you, for whatever godforsaken reason you're going for 100%, you do not have to pick up every single chest and every single shrine for that to count, but if you really care, it is an option. Nah, I'm actually going to get... Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the Traveler Spear. There we go. Off to the ether with you. Yep. Good for mining, good for a bunch of other stuff. The other thing you can do with stasis that you'll see a lot of Breath of the Wild players do is, if you freeze something in place, you can hit it over and over. And then once the stasis wears off, all of those hits will basically happen at the same time, and it will send an object flying. Which is what you'll use it for a lot. Later on when you get the upgrade for it, you can actually freeze enemies in place. It doesn't do it for very long, but you can freeze enemies in place. Which is exceedingly broken, because you can just go up and smash them a bunch of times in the head, and at the very least, if you don't kill them, it will be enough to stun them. So you can do some really good combos with that, between like stunning them, and if they happen to be weak to electricity, you could use an electric weapon to stun them, and by the time that stun wears off, you've got your stasis back, and you can use it again. It's a very good way to lock down an enemy, in particular one that's very obnoxious. Yeah. I actually do want to show going the other way for this, because this puzzle gave me a gigantic pain in the butt the first time I played, and I still lost a couple of hearts doing this one. Not because of the cold, but because of the puzzle. So we'll go ahead and show it off. I'll even pin it on the map. It is this busted bridge right here is what we're looking for. This is also pretty accurate to what order you're going to see most people do the shrines in. Since Magnesis is right there, there's pretty much no reason to not do Magnesis first. And it's just, like, Cryonis is good, but it's not as effective because you need water to be able to use that ice ability. Whereas Magnesis, like, you're going to run into metal objects more than you will water in the game, which sounds a bit weird, but it is true. In Stasis, you probably run into about the same amount as water. It's just, it's, like, substantially more useful compared to Cryonis. I don't think Cryonis is not useful, but Magnesis, or Stasis for me, is easily the best one. Let's use a weaker weapon to kill these guys. There's one. There's one. And there's one. If they're ever in groups like that, for whatever reason, you actually do have to kill all of them to get all of them to die permanently. Because if you don't, as you can probably well imagine, they'll just take their head and put it right back on their body, and then you've got to fight them again. But I assume that means, like, if you kill one, or if you knock both the heads off of one, like, say you kill number 1 and number 2, and then you kill the head of number 1, number 2 can take the head of number 1 and put it back on his body. And just a bunch of tree branches. Ooh, I think I see an ingredient we've not run across yet. Yep. A bird egg! We're about to make a mama bird very mad. You don't actually ever see a mama bird, like, defending those, strangely enough, but the point still stands. Pretty much the only thing you really want to keep an eye out for is, again, the stamella shrooms. You really want to grab those if you can. Anything here? Nope. I think there might be an iron shroom inside of this tree. No, must be thinking of a different one. I try not to take too much time getting distracted by things. For me, it's kind of a collect-as-you-go approach. I thought there were bird eggs in there. Guess not. Where it's just like, if you're already there, you might as well. But otherwise, just really don't bother with it unless it's something you really, really need, like, badly. So we can get his attention. Oi! That'll do, I guess. Any of your buddies in here? No? Alright, well, I'll just take this then. Oh, so they wanted that to get blown up. Are there... Oh, I was about to say, like, are there seriously no other enemies here? Here's my bow and arrow, sucker. Yeah, go grab your bow. Now you're dead, because you're too busy trying to go for your bow. Take that club back. This is like a relatively decent spot to climb up right here. Yeah, that'll be decent. You kind of have to get a gauge for the climbing and see, like, how capable are you, like, how far are you capable of getting. Do you have stamella shrooms to boost your speed? Do you have hasty, or to boost your stamina? Do you have like, the elixirs to boost your movement speed? How confident are you at, like, making a last-second jump like this to be able to get up there? All the good stuff like that. Really, the big thing is just being able to figure out, like, where best to climb from, or if you can get spots to stop and rest like this, then you take them. That's the real trick to getting around. I was about to say, surely we gotta be getting close to the bridge by now. I don't think we can climb that yet. I'm willing to bet we probably can't. I will, however, give it the old college try. And depending on how high up I get, I might use the stamella shrooms, because more often than not, the towers will have something on them. If this one doesn't, I'm going to be a little sad, because that means I basically wasted all my time climbing up here for nothing. But no, this one looks like it can actually be executed without too much difficulty. And good, there is something actually up here, so this was not all in vain. Well, I would have hoped for a little better than that, but alright. Suit yourself. I mean, sure, it helps for the view as well, but I really do, I can't stress enough. I can do it on the Great Plateau, but, like, for the whole thing, I would recommend, like, looking up a map with all the shrines, and, like, it will tell you where the shrines are, but, like, half of the shrines are puzzles just to find them, and in fact, some of them are literally just that. Once you get into the shrine, it's like, by proving your worth, you've already gotten the prize, we're just gonna give it to you. Nice, there we go. Beauty. Too high? Switch to new bow. Probably don't need it right now. Stick with the sword. Sure, we'll take a spear. Now would probably not be a bad time to use that club. And that club's on fire. Let's put that away. Oh, there we go. I was about to say, where did his sword go? That was what I wanted, because that's a really good weapon. Some stuff down here. Torch. Some mushrooms. I know there's still some dudes up there, but I'm not in any rush to take them on. There we go. Because sometimes their little hideouts will be like this. You don't actually have to kill them all to get anything. You could just, in theory, go loot their treasure and leave. Yeah, you have fun alerting everybody to my presence. Since all your buddies are dead. Well, some decent enough stuff. Some arrows and whatnot. I could use another bow, sure. Probably won't end up keeping it, but hey. Yes, this is the point where you would actually start getting hit by the ice effect if you didn't have the tunic on or didn't have a resistance on. But this is the puzzle that gave me quite a bit of grief. I was trying to get this to cooperate because of how awkward this is. You kind of have to intentionally rotate this to line up with the bridge and then drop it and then use magnesis on it a second time. If it does fall in the water, you can just grab it again. The big thing is, though, you really don't want to fall in that icy water, because if you fall in there, you might as well kiss your health goodbye and consider it a game over, because it is pretty much insta-kill. You'll lose like you'll probably lose a heart and a half to 2 hearts per second in that water. So you're pretty much done at that point. And I think that is actually the first time in all of my playthroughs, which granted is only 4, but I mean still, that I have not messed up that puzzle at least one time. Which is why if we do Breath of the Wild for Icarus plays, I look forward to watching her fail that many times. If we do a playthrough like that, by the way, we'll probably be alternating like we'll just have like a set time, because she will get distracted. I will stay on point most of the time, but she will absolutely get distracted, and nothing will ever get done if that's the case, because it will just be, ooh, what's that, over and over, I can guarantee you. In the meantime, you know what we haven't shown? We haven't shown explosive arrows. Those are explosive arrows. They explode when you shoot them. They're very nice. The big reason I point those out, that word, is because normal barrels in this game, when you hit them with a regular arrow, don't explode. It has to be a fire or explosive arrow. I don't know about electricity or ice arrows, but yeah. Or you can pick them up and throw them. That also works. But if you are planning on detonating those, fire arrow is probably going to be your best bet. Maybe explosive, depending on how many you have between the two. Like, don't use up your last fire arrow unless you really, really need to. But now we can go to the 4th and final trial. The last but not least, no matter what any Breath of the Wild player tells you, even though many of them will tell you this, that it is in fact the least. Cryonis. As much as I do think it's the one that's used the least, that kind of makes me wish it had gotten used more. And it also makes me think when Breath of the Wild 2 comes out, if they do Cryonis again, I want to be able to say I used it more. But this one definitely gets underutilized by a ton of players. I've seen people that are like, they'll waste like ridiculous amounts of items to try and cross a river, and they could have just used Cryonis and not done that. It's kind of dumb, actually. It's like, yeah, you could have just made ice blocks the whole way there. Yeah, you can make ice blocks, you can climb the ice blocks, which seems a bit weird that you can climb the ice with that ease, but you can. If there's something in the water like this, you can lift the grating up. You can also destroy them as well if you want to, same way you could with same way that you could with stasis. Nope. Sniper got sniped. Of course, when you're using this one, you can only have up to 3 ice blocks at any given time. After that, the first one that you created of those 3 will detonate. But the timer for Cryonis is much, much smaller than Stasis is. I'm not interested in picking up that spear, but it's there if you want it. There are a lot of later puzzles and shrines that show Cryonis off way better than this one does, but this is just kind of a basic how to get it to work. But, like, you could use it on the side of a waterfall if you wanted. That is totally usable for that. Another big thing is you can use it to get stuff out of the water that you couldn't with Magnesis because it's not metal, which we'll actually see here in a second. Weapon bonuses. Some will have special properties that set them apart from others of their class. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes they'll get little effects on them, like they have critical hit on them, or they have high durability, or something like that. Doesn't happen too often, and usually doesn't make that much of a difference. Pretty much the only time it'll make a difference is if you have, like, 2 of one weapon you want to drop, and one has a bonus and one doesn't, then you're probably going to drop the one that doesn't have a bonus. But now that we've conquered all the shrines, regardless of which one you do last, you will have him show up. He'll tell you to make an X on your map with the intersections of the 4 shrines, which is a nice way of saying it's the Temple of Time. That's where you need to go, is the Temple of Time. But really quickly, I wanted to show off the ability I just mentioned for Cryonis. So yeah, if you need to pull a treasure chest out of the water, you just pull it out of the water. I'm going to delete that one real quick, though, because we have to get to it. And there you go. Opal. And that's how you get back out of there. But since we're going to the Temple of Time, I'm just going to take the warp to the shrine, because that's faster. You can technically beat, I would assume, you can technically beat the entire game and never warp once. Why you do that, I'm not sure, but you could. It's probably going to make your playthrough take a considerably longer amount of time, but you could do it if you really wanted to. But we've really gotten everything we need. I never pointed this out, but for your different categories, you can sort your objects using Y if you need to. So it'll categorize it, like for the weapons, for example, it can categorize them by power or by the type. So you put all your swords in a spot, or like in a row, and then all your spears, and then all your axes, for example. But if you get tired of them looking like they're out of place, it's mostly for the armor, I would say. Because for the armor, then you can put all your stuff that has its different elemental resistances together. Thankfully, we are almost done with the non-paraglider section, because the paraglider makes a big difference. Even this early with like next to no stamina, it makes a tremendous difference. But for a quick summary, if you don't believe the map's big, this is the tiny area we've been on for an hour and a half, and then there's other sections that are like this big. Also, if you see these dudes and they are inactive, I would recommend circling them real quick just to see if you can search, because they will have ancient objects, and those are semi-rare. You can actually kill the dudes and get a bunch of drops from them, but I don't recommend doing that right now, but you can. I don't suppose that recharged with anything. No, didn't think so. We're not about to get into a fight or anything, but I just figured I'd have a nice sword here. But now we've made it to one of the many goddess statues located around the world. You don't have to specifically use this one. In fact, I don't recommend you do. I recommend the one that's next to Kakariko Village, because it's really easy to reach. So every time you get 4 orbs, again, you can pick Heart Container or Stamina. I'll be taking Stamina because I need it bad. The only death I had was because Link decided to just let go of the wall. So it was fall damage, not enemy damage. I'd recommend that even for a first-time player, though. Like, part of, especially early game in Zelda, in this game in particular, is kind of knowing what you can and can't handle. But unfortunately for a first-time player, that probably means sometimes you're going to go into a fight that you thought you could handle, and you then realize that you were not able to handle it. But that's something you wouldn't have known until, you know, you made that mistake, so there's really no way around it. I don't think I can get up that high, but for the record, there is a Korok seed up there. But I'm not going to bother with it right now. So we finally made it to the top. I'm going to be skipping the cutscenes, like I said. This basically lets you know, and because this isn't really a spoiler, you're going to have to take down Ganon. Who would have thought in a Legend of Zelda game where Ganon is the final enemy, like, how many times? And you also find out that this guy was the previous king of Hyrule, but as you can probably tell by all the flames, he's a ghost, because he died. He got. So you've gotten the paraglider, you're now able to get off of the cliffs. I'm gonna save Hyrule! Alright. Very quickly. Yep, we got our new main quest, Destroy Ganon. That will always be on your map pretty much forever because, you know, once you do that, the game ends, so. The thing I came here for is this is a pretty good bow in here, so I'm going to drop this. Soldier's Bow, 14 compared to 5s and 4s that we've been seeing. A little bit different. So yeah, you can paraglide like this as long as you got stamina. It's extremely nice. I'm actually going to take a little bit faster of a shortcut and just travel to the top of the tower and jump from there. But again, you can warp while paragliding if you want. So while at this point, if you really wanted to, if you really knew what you were doing, or took a lot of time, was careful, and studied where you need to go, you could go fight Ganon right now. If you're going to do that, I recommend a lot of arrows. You're going to need a lot of arrows, some really good bows. The good news is, by going into Hyrule Castle, which is the area you would need to go to, there's a lot of good weapons in there. So that's the upside. The other upside that they will not teach you about, but it's very important to know, is Ganon, in all of the fights that you fight him in, he actually can't kill you in one hit if you're at full health. Even with 3 hearts, he will knock you down to a quarter of a heart. So if you bring enough food and enough arrows, you can take him down. I don't think I've ever been up here before. What's this? Sure, I'll take some fire arrows. You can also mark towers like that, because this is the area that we're headed to, so this is where we're going to want to grab as much as we can. Here's this poor pig getting hunted. We're going to ignore him for a second. Grab that, and move on. I don't want to keep that weapon on for the time being. I want to keep my good weapons, so we'll stick with that. We'll ignore the spears. So typically my pattern going through areas like this is, if I see a shrine, I will stop and do it before I get to the tower. Otherwise, going to the tower for the area is going to be like my big priority to get the map open. Then if I can see stuff or have a vague idea of where it is, I'll pin different spots, and then we'll go around and look for the shrines, but I would like the map to be available. How did that go through his head? There we go, that's what I wanted to do. Because despite how big these dudes are... Well, A, you're small compared to them, so that's a plus. for the moblins. But if you get them in the head, they basically crumple, which is nice. Also, throwing things is pretty good strategy as well. I'm not going to keep the Boko Bat. It's a little too awkward for me, personally. I'm going to get rid of that. And for some reason that missed. Not sure why. But yeah, getting the 2x headshot on enemies, I cannot recommend that enough. And it's like less about the damage and more because they just crumple like that if you headshot them. Because, I mean, it lags them out for a while. I'm just going to do a very quick run through the ruins. See if there's anything useful. Looking like a solid no. If you do see destroyed, dilapidated carriages like this, though, you might want to check them real quick, because more often than not, you can search and find typically amber or opal, sometimes an ancient item, usually going to be amber or opal. Good job. Proud of you. Keep the bat just because I'm running low on weapons. I thought I saw a shrine like a split second ago that was near here. There it is. So yeah, if it's something like this where I'm kind of already on the way to it, then I'll go. Otherwise, you probably will see me ignore it. Farming hoe. Sure, we'll take it. What's up, nerd? A wooden mop. I threw the rest of the cake, too! Welcome to the real world, jackass. Typically for killing the higher palette swap, I guess is the best way of saying it, enemies, so like, say the blue bokoblins compared to the red, they're typically going to drop more of their, well, drops, but they also might drop, like, the higher level stuff. And really the important thing to know is, A, that those sell for more, and B, that if you're using them to make elixirs, for example, it will either make the elixir more powerful or last for a longer set of time. There's basically multiple tiers of those enemy drops. Even if you're not going to go for a shrine, though, like one that's on the way to the tower, at least drop by to mark it off on your map so that you can warp there later, because that you will definitely want, if nothing else. Wind guide you. Okay, this one's not too hard. You'll also find a few like these where it's more specifically the paragliding shrines, where you kind of get used to how to use the paraglider. So yeah, there are wind currents. It's namely the updrafts you're going to care about while playing through the game, but these also can help or hurt you depending as well. These aren't anything that are too terribly difficult to understand, though. This treasure, I remember, took me a fair bit of time to get, but what you gotta do is just basically do a running jump. You can just barely make it. If you do it from any other spot, you are not gonna make it. I know it looks like you could just go from the lower section. You can't. You won't make it. All the other wind tunnels that you saw that I didn't use just then, those are just to get back. There's always a way to be able to get out of the shrine, too, so if for whatever reason you realize that you're way in over your head on it and you're not going to be able to handle it, then you can get out of it. But since it warps you out automatically, then if you get to the end, then great, you don't have to worry about that part. Some of these later ones might actually stump me once in a blue moon, but I have played a fair few of these recently, and of course the earlier ones are pathetically easy. In particular, if you see one that's next to a town, because you can't warp to towns, you can warp to shrines, so if they put a shrine next to a town, you can warp to the town. And as a result, ones that are like that are typically going to be exceedingly easy. It's going to be stuff of, like, teaching you additional things for combat is the one for Kakarika Village. It gives you some weapons, and it's like, here's how you can fight an enemy, you can also do all these other things that we haven't taught you about, and at that point, they're just like, yeah, okay, you know what you're doing. You can just have this now. Yeah, I was hoping he'd drop some arrows. That's if you ever see me stop to fight those guys, because typically I won't, because I kind of just see them as a waste of time. Probably the single only reason I'm going to fight him is I see an archer and I'm like, oh, he might drop arrows. I don't ever run low on arrows. Well, I mean, sometimes I do, but very rarely do I run low on arrows, but I really like using the bow and arrow, so you will probably see me use it quite a bit. You could talk to this guy if you want. He'll mention that guardian over there. And no, he's not about to suicide off the bridge, so you don't have to worry about that. For anybody that might be triggered by that, you're good. He just mentions that, like, the guardians are a thing that exists. There's an auto rock down there if you want to kill that guy. Ooh, there's actually a thing over there. Get up there, Link. I know you can. Octoballoon. And a Staminoka Bass, but I mostly went there for the balloon or to see if he had anything else. The octoballoons, if you have enough of them, you can actually place them on an object and send it into the air. It's more for humor than anything else from what I've seen. I don't really ever find a point where that's helpful, I guess, but if you want to do it, you can. There's an amber, that's nice. Oh, right, I can show how to fish in this game. Take a bomb, throw it, blow it up. There you go. There's some fishies for you. Don't actually fish like that in real life, by the way. Don't go blowing fish up with M80s because it actually can destroy a lot of things in whatever lake/river that you're in. But in Breath of the Wild, it's fine. Some other stuff you can find, river snails, frogs. I do like how they're called sneaky river snails, but in the middle of the night, they're like bright green. They're anything but stealthy. Or sneaky. I don't know why those are called Bokoblin weapon. Like, you think it'd be a Stalfos, but maybe that's just the stupid person in me talking. I don't know. There's a goat. You might see me go back and forth across the water for a little while here, just like if I see an enemy camp or something like that, I might just go after them. No, thanks. I did want to go up there. There we go. Who's shooting at me? Oh, that guy. Eh, it's fine. Other upside to hunting the enemy camps at night is most of the group will stay asleep. You'll usually have like one dude that's awake, but if you can knock him out, then that gives you a little bit of free reign to move around and sneak up on them as you need to. I'm mostly one of the arrows, but, you know, that's just me. Hey, all your buddies are dead. Now what you gonna do? Oh, hey, a Bokobat. Check it out. Yeah, I did just take your thing. It's another upside to the two-handed weapons. It's a lot easier to make enemies fall and drop their weapons, and then you could just go and take their weapons, provided you've got the inventory space for them. Alright, the big reason we came to this camp is, from what I usually remember... Well, for one, apparently there's a lot of apples. There we go. Rupees! Yes, they do exist in this game. They're a little bit harder to come by than normal, but they do, in fact, exist. That's not what I wanted. need the shield. Like I said, the majority of the time you're not going to be finding those. Cutting the grass is going to do you absolutely no good in that regard. But sometimes you'll find them in boxes like this. The amounts are the same as they ever were. Green 1, blue 5, red 20, purple 50, silver 100, and gold 300. Same as it ever was. Oh, it's behind that. That's why I couldn't see it. I was like, I'm pretty sure we were still heading in the general direction of the tower. No, I saw that. Nice try. We're going to Cryonis across this whether the game wants me to or not. Yep, we are. I know. I'm disappointed too. I was too smart to fall for the obvious trap. Plus, combined with the paraglider, you can space these out in pretty decent ways and get across with no difficulty. So yeah, if ever you need to cross a river and you're like, I don't have the stamina to make that, use Cryonis. I cannot state that enough. Alternatively, if for whatever reason you really don't want to use Cryonis, and somebody gives you the tip, I think in Kakariko Village, fittingly / hilariously enough, nice, right in the butt. If you take off while you're swimming, if you take off all your armor and your weapons, that will actually help you swim farther, which is genuinely true. Like, it does help. It looks a bit stupid, but it does work, so if you're really hurting or really don't think you're going to make it across, that might be one strategy that you could utilize. Bonk. Oh, there's something up here. What is this? I just love something about him kicking open the chest like, ugh. Like it's so much garbage. Okay, he was alerting his friends. Where are his friends, though? Interesting. Oh, that's where his friends are. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, now that most of his friends are dead. Goblin Guts. Again, that's kind of one of those tier 2 weapon or tier 2 items of it. It's just genuinely / generally better to use for cooking. However, some stuff for upgrading your gear and whatnot, you might need that to craft. Or if you want to sell it, it's going to probably sell for a higher price. So use it as you will. I didn't realize. Oh, that's right, because I just used up a bow. I was like, I didn't realize I had an empty slot for one. Yeah, look at them dance. And take that. Nope, no thanks. Not interested. Nope, no thanks. Not interested. Not working right now. There we go. I was gonna say, if things are on fire like that, for example, you can actually use the updraft from the fire. Get out of here. Appreciate the arrows, but geez. That is another strategy to farm for arrows if you want, is you can literally just hold out your shield and let one of the enemies shoot arrows and then just like take your shield back and you'll just get the arrows automatically. So it's a nice upside. I'm going to drop the leaf for now. I'm really not that interested in it. I'll stick to a weaker two-handed weapon for the time being. Let's say I doubt there's anything in the chests. Yeah, there we go. Gotta get those arrows. How am I doing on arrows? 47? That's not bad. You'll see some people just burn through those arrows. It's insane how people will run through them. Also, what's up, Ludicolo? How you doing? Welcome to the early portion of Breath of the Wild that is not on the Great Plateau. I already finished that. Speaking of arrows, we getting some here? Nope. You know what? I actually will. Yes, this is technically less than the Claymore, but bear in mind it's a spear, and therefore it is way faster. Also, welcome to Dueling Peaks Tower. Better than Twin Peaks. Just woke up and currently in a hotel. Nice. On vacation, I hope? I mean, there could be other reasons that you're in a hotel, since I know somebody that recently had to be in a hotel due to a fire in their house. It wasn't, like, lost everything of fire, but it was enough to where, you know, they had to stay in a hotel for a couple days while things were getting sorted out. We're at a beach, still in college. Nice! Oh, I'd kill to be at the beach right now. I was about to say, depending on your time zone, it still might be a little bit cold outside. It's 9 here, or 1 till 9, so if it's early. I'm trying to remember the last time I went to the beach. It's been a hot minute. I think it would have been when I went to St. Lucia. Also, I recently started streaming on Twitch. Hell yeah! I don't have to catch one of your streams sometimes. If you stream while I'm at work, I'll definitely have it up. I can't promise the connection there will hold out, but I'll have it up. But now we've done it. We can finally upgrade our iPhone. Oh, the one thing everyone was waiting for. As I accidentally unplugged my headphones. You just stream at 10 a.m.? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright, we got the towers of Warp Point. And for this time, and this time only, I don't remember if it has to be this tower specifically, or if it, if it's just the first one you get that's not, Dueling Peaks. It could just be the first one, it could be specifically this one, because the story's kind of pushing you this way, and this area is not that bad, honestly. But you get an additional functionality, which is the shrine sensor. If you get close to a shrine, it'll basically set it off, and later on you'll be able to change that to other things if you want to. I pretty much just keep it on the whole time, though. If I can get this hair out of my eye. There we go. You ever had one of those moments where you just got, like, an invisible hair, where it's just, like, you know it's directly in front of your eye, but you can't get it for some reason? You're sitting there, like, picking in front of your eyes, and it's just like, okay, dude, could you not do that? And you're like, I'm trying to get a hair. It's stuck. That was one of those moments. Ah, here we go. Here's one of the examples of ores in the game. Two-handed weapons, particularly the sledgehammer, is what I recommend for getting these. There we go. It'll usually be opers, ambers, opals, sometimes flint as well will show up. And once in a blue moon, oh yeah, also rock salt. Rock salt is pretty common. And once in a blue moon, you'll get a rare gem, like a sapphire. No, well, I got one of them. That's fine. So you get a sapphire, ruby, whatever the yellow one's called, I don't remember the name of. Diamond. Even the ambers, though, sell for a good amount. So if you see them and you got a weapon to break them pretty easily, go for it. The Ridahi. I probably will not read out all the shrines, because knowing my luck, one of them I'll mispronounce and it will accidentally be a racial slur, and then that would be awkward for everyone involved. There are a fair few shrines in Dueling Peaks, though. This one's lower down, but there's two that are towards the top of the mountain that are a little bit infamous for being very different from the others. Because you basically get a pattern, and it's like, take this pattern to the second shrine, and then you get to the second one, and it's got the pattern for the first shrine. Thankfully, the pattern's always the same, so if you want to just look it up and you don't have to make as many trips, you could just do that, too. Just kind of what I recommend. Because that's not even like a, oh, look it up, so you can just cheat. That's more like an, oh, look it up, so you don't have to write it down yourself. I assume that's just to get back. Alright. So you roll the ball down the hill. Do that. You'll see a lot of puzzles where you got these orbs that you've got to use in some way, shape, or form. Most of the time, they're not too bad. There's a couple instances where that would be nothing short of a blatant lie to say. Thankfully, if you mess up, you get multiple tries at it. I'm not very good at this last one. Hey, there we go. Alright, so there's a couple different ways to get this treasure. I, for one, have always just done this, and so it's what I prefer. I'm going to wait for that to come back. I don't know how other people have done that. That's what I've done, is if you just hold down... There's a climber's bandana. Like I said, you get it pretty early. What you're supposed to do is there's barrels down there, and you can use magnesis on those and put them on the switch to leave them up. Stasis works. Just use stasis. Alright, catch you later. Good luck with your chemistry, though. That was a subject No, I took it for 1 year in high school. And I had a teacher that was used to teaching grades 2, 3, and 4. So my chemistry was taught at a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade level. So naturally, it was completely useless, and I did not remember any of it. The only thing I remembered, and it was only for like the following year, was how to balance equations. And that was more because it was the mathematical side of things, and I've always been better at math than I have in science, even though the two are decently interconnected. I don't think I mentioned that, too. While you're paragliding, you can literally just drop a bomb, like poop it out, essentially. You can do that. Not a great big difference between 4 and 5, but I'll take it. That's how you know you're making progress. You're getting rid of those Bokobos, because you just don't need them. Yeah, there's a shrine nearby, but it's way up there, and I'm not even going to bother trying right now. Because I do want to get to Kakariko and have that warp point. After that, then we can play around a little bit, but for the time being. Also another use for magnesis. So if you want, you could just throw stuff at enemies. I'm going to do a natural little crop dusting here. Oh, right, because you have to hold that out. There we go. Excuse me, thanks. Everything's on fire, every single thing. There were no survivors. Ooh, a soldier's broadsword. I'll take that. Sir, you can have this club. I don't want it. How are we doing for weapon? Yeah, we could probably stand to use the broadswords, but I'll stick with the spear for the time being. Oh, that guy did not have near the health I thought he did. Ding, 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 knockout. I don't know why that sounds like a wrestler's bell. It's really out of place with the rest of the game, but it also stands out, so I guess that part of it's good, at least. Boomerang. No thanks, I'm good. Interesting weapon type, but I'm not big on it. personally. Armored carp. There's the next tower in the distance, but for now we're not going to worry about that. We're going to go to Kakariko. But before we get there, we've got a couple other stops, one of which is a shrine. There are a couple ways to deal with this one, is you can burn the... I don't know why I'm going through that list. You can burn the ropes, or the vines that are in the way with a fire arrow or a fire weapon if you've got one at this point, which you probably don't. The alternative is you can take a running jump and just skip it all together and just land like this. And I figure, as much as we've gotten a bunch of fire arrows, elemental arrows you don't want to waste too often unless you're dealing with an enemy that's weak to them or really need it for a puzzle. But if you got another way to solve the puzzle without using them, you probably don't want to. Honestly. And this looks like a Cryonis puzzle. I am always in approval for those. So here's an example that you can use it sideways, which I think is really cool. Man, I wish Cryonis had been used more, but it just didn't. It's unfortunate. This is a nice early puzzle for a Cryonis that you don't get to see too terribly often. No, I think I did that a little off. I'm going to destroy that and put it like right there. You bump it there. You want to keep that platform up. And had I not done that a little bit late, that would have been good because you can get one more bounce to get it in the spot that you need it to. Like so. Well, once it finally rolls in. There we go. Took it a hot minute, but we got there in the end. That's the important thing. Speaking of things that we got from shrines, I never put that on. Some additional defense and some climbing speed. That's why I do recommend you go for that shrine. That climber's bandana is really, really nice. And unless you're just absolutely stumped on how to get a chest, you probably do want to clear out there. Sometimes you'll just get crap where it's like, oh, this is a weapon that's, by the time I found the shrine, it's too weak, I don't need it anymore. At absolute worst. At average, you'll probably get, like an opal, an amber, or something more rare, like a sapphire, maybe a diamond. But at best, you can often get pieces of gear, which is the real thing that you want. There's a full set that's actually gotten by completing specific types of dungeons, and you get the Barbarian set from that, which is attack up. And while it's not a set that I typically use, it does incentivize trying to do those specific ones. But now we've reached a stable, which has Beetle. But he'd prefer you call him Beetle, so just call him Beetle. So now you can sell different things if you want to. In my case, it's going to be selling some of these gemstones, so I'm going to sell... I mean, I don't really use them, so I'm just going to sell all of them. I'm not going to use any for the time being, so that'll give me a bunch of rupees there. No, I do want to sell them. I do want to sell them. I do want to keep the sapphire, because the sapphire actually is used for things. For the meantime, I'm going to say 43 of those. Lucky number 21 of those. Try to leave a decent amount of monster parts, but like you can probably sell the bulk of those and be fine. And now that we're at 1,000 rupees, I think we'll be okay. The clothes are particularly expensive in this game. However, at the same time... Yep, thanks. Yeah, they're basically saying, like, the people at the stable left this for you, so if you want it, by all means take it. Stables will have, like, basic food supplies, like apples and whatnot. They'll have basic weapons, so, like, if you do need to come somewhere to restock, this isn't the worst place in the world you could go. If you just don't have anything, you could come here and restock. Get some arrows, some apples. You can come inside and talk to people for quests. You can go inside and sleep, which will restore your health, and you can get either a normal bed or a cozy bed, and if you do the cozy bed, then you can get extra stamina, extra hearts, temporary ones that, like, after you lose them for good. But I don't really care about that too much. The big thing that you can also do, and I'm going to unequip my stuff while I'm dealing with it here, is this is also where you can check in any horses that you tame. So you'll tame horses by sneaking up on them. I don't really care about it too much. However, I like to have at least one. The thing is, horses can't navigate much outside of roads, and while they are faster, you're not typically going to be on the road, and so it's kind of a problem in that regard. This is also the other downside to horses, is they group up, and so you get them scared off by each other. Different horses will have different stats, so some might specialize in stamina, some might specialize in their health, because they can get attacked and die. More often than not, you have to just get up close to them, mount them with A, and then just mash the left bumper to soothe them. And after that, you've basically tamed them. You'll take them back to the stable, and you'll get it like a proper saddle and whatnot for 20 rupees. You do have to build up your bond with it. So by hitting A, you can increase its speed. By hitting back on the left stick, you can slow it down. But when you first get it, of course, it's not always going to fully obey you. Think like a Pokemon that you traded over that's, you know, so high level you don't have the badge to officially have proof that you're capable of having a high level Pokemon or something like that. So when they do that, you basically just soothe with the L, the left bumper, and slowly but surely you'll build up your relationship with it. And once you build it up completely, that was not who I wanted to talk to. I wanted to talk to the other guy. Can I get his attention? There we go. You have a stable system? Yes, I do. Register horse. Choose one. So yeah, low strength, medium speed, high stamina, and then it's temperament, which is basically how easy it is or hard it is to get a bond with them. We'll do this one in honor of my current favorite Big Brother player from the season, Derek Shao. And I'll bring him with me. Yeah, and you can use down on the D-pad to whistle, and if your horse is close enough, then they'll be able to come and assist you with whatever you need to. Alright, that's pretty much all we need from the stables, so let's go ahead and continue on our merry adventure. Sorry, Beetle. Like I said, you're not going to see me use horses very often, if at all, honestly, unless the game requires it for something, which I don't think happens very often. But they do help with speed, so if like you're early in the game and you're going along a road and you know you're going to be going along that road, for example, the road to Kakarika Village, then you might want to take out a horse. But most of the time exploring, you're going to be in areas that have such steep inclines or declines that a horse is not going to be useful. Like, you're not going to be able to take it just up and down the side of hills a la Skyrim. Doesn't work that way, so, you know, kind of use at your own discretion. Even if you don't bring a horse with you, and you can also board the horse if you want to just walk the whole thing, which is fine. You can always just have them go and get the horse for you, and it'll literally just like fade to black, and you'll have yours again. So don't feel bad if you just end up having to leave it somewhere due to circumstance. That does happen from time to time. And now we've got Flint. Maybe Hanawa's in here as well. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? So yeah, Flint can be used to start fires. You can combine that with the wood piles and then strike it with a metal weapon like you would with actual flint and steel to start a fire. And that will basically create a portable campfire. So as long as you have those two things, then you can make a campfire anywhere you want. Typically, you're probably just going to be using that to pass time. Later on, and I'll be the first to admit this, I think Flint's probably not that helpful of an item. And the reason being is later on when you have a flame weapon, if you just strike that against the wood, it will automatically catch fire, and then you don't need the flint for anything anymore. Which is why I typically say keep a fire weapon on you at all times. And between the fire, the ice, and the electric weapons, the fire ones are the most important to just keep one on hand specifically for that reason. And yeah, you're going to see me doing this a fair bit of, like, stopping, killing things, grabbing things, and then getting back on the horse and rinse, lather, repeat until we get to Kakariko. For whatever reason, the villages do not count as stables, so you're not able to store your horse at a village, only at the stables. Not sure why they didn't make that a thing, but for whatever reason they didn't. Now we've got Hetsu, who's very important. He's the guy you're going to give your Korok seeds to throughout the game. But first, you got to get his maracas back, otherwise he's not going to be any help. The priceless maracas. Good old maracas. What would we do without them? Probably not have maracas, if I had to guess, but, you know. What's up, nerds? Oop, that was not the guy I was trying to hit, but, I mean, you know. It happened, we can accept that, you know. These things happen from time to time. Did he just hit himself? That's what it looked like. Come on. I'm glad you tried to come in and help your friend, but you really didn't help at all. So you'll notice once you use stronger weapons on those guys, like instead of the Boko Club that did 4, I'm using a sword that has 14. They're not as big of a threat as they're initially made out to be. It's just your weapons can't compete with theirs at that time. But once they can, then then you got them beat pretty much. At that point, they don't feel any stronger than the red ones do. So we beat them, we got the maracas. He's been shaking it since he was, he's been shaking them. Never mind. Been shaking the maracas since he was 2 years old. I don't know how old he is now, so I don't know if that really means much. He's been playing this game for 3 years. The game's been out for 3 years. Oh. Yep, you can have him back. Enjoy him. Or rather, he would, because there's no Korok seeds inside him. So, this is where you give him the Korok seeds. So he can make your inventory bigger in return. And when they say inventory, they're referring to specifically your weapons, your bows, or your shields. And right now, I am dumping stuff into weapons. The weapons are the ones you're going to want the most of pretty much the entire game. You're only going to get allowed 2 of these for the time being, so I would recommend dumping them both into weapon. If you've only got 2 Korok seeds at this point for whatever reason, then bow. I would say bow would be your next one. Unless you've been using the shields a lot and having them run out pretty quickly, then maybe shield, but I would say the bow first and foremost if you had to pick between the 2. So yeah, he will not let you get any more, but we've done that. And he is basically trying to get back to Korok Forest, so we'll run into him periodically until he gets back. And then once we get into Korok Forest, he'll be there, and he will stay there for the rest of the game. We'll just keep this at a trot, I suppose. Could be a canter, just depending on how fast you consider one of each. Probably closer to a canter, but not quite a gallop. A gallop would be the sped up version, I'd say. Thanks for the fangs. Olay! It's actually pretty easy to catch those frogs normally, but, you know, if you want to blow it up, I won't say anything. Hi. Sorry for almost running you over with my horse. What's up?
Hey.
Oh, yeah, so she mentioned that, like, for setting off the rocks, conveniently enough, like the one here, that if you really want to, you can also use bombs. However, it will make the objects fly really far as opposed to using the hammer or other two-handed weapons. So if you're doing it on a cliffside, just expect the thing you're trying to mine might go off the side of the cliff. Which is why I would recommend the two-handed weapons, personally. I think it's just easier. Is that a bombable object? It doesn't look like it is, but yeah, I didn't think so. Alright, let's keep going. It is worth noting that once you get inside of a village, Kakariko, for example, this is about the fastest speed that you're allowed to go. So just keep that in mind of, like, if you're wondering, why the heck can't I go any faster than this? The game is not letting you go any faster than that, so that will be why. But welcome to Kakariko. You'll spend a decent amount of time here. Anytime you want to upgrade your stamina or hearts, you'll probably come here. There's a fair few things you can get here. A little bit of story stuff here. So you'll find a fair bit of things to do and see here. Alright. We'll leave Shao right here for the time being. Keep forgetting it's B, not A. Also, if you ever see any of these little... Oops, that's not what I want. I want to hold it. Any of these little altars where you've got multiples of these things going on, put an apple in every single one, and you get a Korok seed out of it. Sometimes it's 5, sometimes 2, 3, you can see a bunch of different numbers. After you get the seed, you can just take all the apples as well, so don't worry about that part of it. So yeah, here's your shrine where you can come and pray. You got a campfire here, but more importantly, you got a cook fire over here. So if you prefer the cook fire, then you can use that. But for now, let's focus on the story that we'll be skipping. So yeah, this is where Lady Impa is. The minute they realize you got a Sheikah slate, they'll let you through. However, before we go in there, it is worth noting that underneath Impa's house, and these will respawn every now and again, there's a bunch of Stamelish rooms. Items and also huntable enemies, or huntable animals rather, have the potential to respawn it every single minute. So you could see something respawn as quickly as a minute, it might take as long as 100 minutes. But eventually it will respawn. Oh, right, the other things that I was going to grab. Secondly, is there's another Korok seed right here. Yeah, haha, you found me. Yep, that's it. And the last thing is, this is a great camera angle. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Is there are a fair few fish here. So if you feel like fishing, there's a fair few things you can get. You can get some carps. I think there's some Hyrule bass on the other side. If you're looking for fish to use in your recipes, then this is not the worst place in the world to find them. Sometimes jumping on those staircases is a little bit awkward. Looks like it's only the Sanke Carps right now. Get up there. I think you're doing, boy. I don't typically use the fish and cooking that much, and typically I only focus on the status rather than the hearts of like what they provide for energy or resistance to an element, but since they're just there, you might as well pick them up, right? Also, here's a lady. A man, yes, I do in fact have a penis. Thank you for asking. So yeah, this is Paya. She freaks out around men. Not like bad experience or whatever, she's just naturally really anxious around them. But yeah, she's related to Impa, who's got a giant hat. Look at that hat.
So, you're finally awake. It has been quite a long time, Link.
Nope, don't know who you are, Impa. Sorry. I will say, I kind of do and don't like, and it's because it's voice acted, I'm like 95% sure why. I kind of do and don't like the fact you can't name your character in this game, that you're just always locked in as Link. Yep, I have lost my memory. I remember nothing. Trust me, I would have remembered that hat had I not lost my memory. Okay, I'm ready. Yep. I presume that's just so they can like go into this huge cutscene here. That's why that little gap is there of like, come talk to me when you're ready, and then you just go and talk to her again immediately, like you don't have to do anything. So without spoiling the story, basically, we need to free the 4 divine beasts. 4 of them in the different areas, and they're basically your dungeons for the game. There they are, right there. Let's look at them all. Aww. Okay, enough of that. So, these are not required. It says main quest. These are not required. However, by doing this, you do get a heart container, as you do from any other Zelda game where you complete the dungeons. And you also get very, very helpful abilities by doing this as well. Well, 2 of them are very helpful. A little hit and miss on the Goron and Garuda ones, because there's a Goron one, a Garuda one, a Zora one, and a Ruto one. And the Zora and Ruto ones are really good. The other 2, not so much. But, you know, they exist. So you can free the 4 Divine Beasts if you want, and doing so will make the fight with Ganon easier, with Calamity Ganon. It'll make it a little bit easier for you. Some other points of note before we head out is the clothing shop, for one. You can come in here and pick up different pieces of your inventory if you need them. It will even say if it's in your inventory, so if you picked up the Hylian trousers, don't pick them up again. There's no point for you to do that. But I will take the Hylian tunic, as well as the Hylian hood. So by equipping those pieces, you can get a little bit more defense. I think the hood kind of looks stupid, but that's just me. You can also go and check the Sheikah set, which is much more pricey, as you can tell. 600, 700, 500. And they, like she said, they're not good in defense. However, they are phenomenal for stealth. So I would recommend getting at least 1 piece if you can really afford it, because it's very, very helpful. I'm very tempted to sell that sapphire, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, we'll sell that. I'm not going to be using the monster parts anytime soon, so I am going to go ahead and sell all of these. 69 rupees, nice. The Keese eyeballs, we've been fighting a fair few Keese, they're a decent amount. I don't think I'm going to be able to get every last piece, so I think I'm going to stop there. I'm just going to grab 2. But even one piece, you'll still get a small bonus. You get, like, a full set bonus later on when you upgrade these things, but, like, even just having that on, as you can see, like, I do get a small bit of a stealth bonus, so having 2 pieces on is still a bonus. If you can get all 3, great. If not, just don't worry about it. Just remember that you need whatever pieces you need and come back for it later. It is not the end of the world. And you do want to keep at least a tiny bit of money on you. I think it's like 50 rupees for what we're about to do. We're about to go pick some apples. That's what we're about to do. Now, we're first going to deal with the shrine. The Talon... Yeah, I'm not going to... not going to keep doing that, just in case. It could be Nog or Neg. It depends on the dialect, because in some languages you actually pronounce the second vowel. German, it would be an example of that. Or it could be like English, where you're pronouncing the first vowel first when there's 2 next to each other. I'm not sure. Either way, welcome to Taloneg's teaching. This is basically going to teach you how to use some of your weapons, so I'm going to throw that away, because you will be getting a sword and a shield that are both substantially better than what you have, almost assuredly at this point. Which is a scimitar-esque weapon, the 8-fold blade. And also a shield called Shield of the Mind's Eye, which is a very, very good shield at this point in the game. I'll go ahead and equip that, but as for the weapon I'm using, I'm going to stick to something weak. And I get to get taught about a little bit, slightly more advanced combat. Only slightly, though. So side hop to avoid enemy attacks. This will create an opening that you can use to strike back. So basically, you're dodging. Come on. Yeah, and if you do it at the last moment, you'll execute a perfect dodge, and then you can mash Y and just do a bunch of damage like that. Now we're going to do the same thing, except instead of going to the side, we're going to go backwards. So that if they try to do like a horizontal, this is what you counter with. That looks really funny. Yeah, you can also parry with your shield, which I already mentioned. So yeah, you ready your shield and then you block. And then you get a perfect guard and then you can attack. Build up your power and release it with a charge attack, which is holding down Y. You've seen me do that a couple times already. I'll just do it this way. I wonder if it'll count this. Oh, it did. Cool. Yeah, you can also like do the old school spin attack where you just like rotate your circle pad once, or your D-pad rather, once, and hit Y, and that will also count as a spin attack. That won't work with other stuff, but with one-handed weapons it will. And that's your tutorial. Which is why I say don't use like that really, really good weapon they give you. Just use stuff that's weak. Because that guy doesn't take damage because it's a tutorial one. Later on you will get tests of strength. Minor, major, and modest. For easy, hard, and medium. And those guys actually will have health. But they'll be those types of guardians. And then you'll use weak or strong weapons depending on what you got. If you're decent at combat in this game, you could probably take on the minor and the modest ones without any difficulty. The major ones you could do, but you're probably going to want better weapons for it, honestly. Is going to be your big issue, because they've got a lot of health. So it's less about, oh, you're going to die really easily, oh, I can dodge. It's more like you might run out of weapons, and then you literally cannot do anything. But now we have 4 orbs, so for those of you that were complaining about me for not choosing health, guess what? You're about to get your wish. We'll deal with that in a second, because we're just going to warp back up here. Yeah, this is why I say, like, whenever you're getting the spirit orbs, you're probably just going to come back here. Because you can just glide down to this, as opposed to having to go to the Temple of Time. This takes a substantially less amount of time. You can just come and do this. And there you go. And let's say you forget you have 4 and you end up getting 8 of those. You can get multiple upgrades at the same time. Or you can just get one and then it's like, oh, do you want to keep doing that? And you just say yes and you pick another upgrade. And there you go. Now for the other big thing we're going to do before we leave. We're going to watch that chicken eat. Nope, we're going to go up here. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to mention about there being something up ahead, but... you can technically do this ahead of time. There's a painter later on when you come back here. Yeah, I didn't get to him in time. If you see that bunny, if you shoot it with an arrow, it'll drop rupees. It's not a lot, so don't waste a good arrow on it, but it will. As you can probably guess, this is a fairy fountain, based on the fact it's got a puddle of water and there's a bunch of fairies. I would heavily recommend grabbing the fairies because they do act like they do in other Zelda games. If you die and you've got one in your inventory, then you'll get 5 hearts back automatically. There we go. And you can get multiple of them, so go around and try to pick up at least 2. But I would say as many as you can get, honestly. Also, around each fairy fountain, because there are 4 in the game, there's usually a bunch of different items. Typically the Nightshades and the Silent Princesses, but there can also be other ones as well. Sometimes Endura Carrots, which are kind of hard to come by. So just kind of do like a quick once around and make sure you grab everything that you want. And it'll respawn, so no reason not to. And last but not least, talk this nasty looking bulb. Sure. So yeah, this is a great fairy, and basically they will need different amounts of money. The first one will always be 100, and it will always increase up to the final amount. So if this is not the first one, or if this is, if you find a different one first, it will be 100 rather than this one. But this is probably the first one that you're going to find. Ugh, that looks nasty. Luckily, the fountain itself looks really nice once it's uncovered. And the Great Fairy looks okay, I guess. I don't know. I think it's the overuse of the makeup on the face for me. Never liked that. Oh well. So yeah, she can enhance your clothing, and you actually don't need money for that. All you need is the materials. And then she'll tell you how much she can enhance your clothing. So depending on how many of these that you've saved will depend on how much you can advance them. They can go up by 4 levels in total. But since we've only freed 1, you can only enhance it by 1 for now. However, I would recommend straight out of the gate, anything you can upgrade, go for it right now. I didn't mean to do that. We're going to have to call her back. So she mentions that if it gets to a level 2 or higher, meaning you enhance them twice for level 2, so you're starting at 0 technically, and have the full set upgraded that far, then you also get a bonus on some sets of clothing. So for example, the stealth one, I know off the top of my head, is if it's at level 2 and you've got the full set equipped, you'll actually move faster if it's nighttime. Of course, I don't have the full set, and even if I did and got that one upgraded, I still would not have that bonus since it's at level 1. But, like I said, just upgrade it with whatever you got. And since they give you the pieces necessary right then and there, I mean, you might as well. Did he drop? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Maybe raw prime meat. That was what I was looking for. So you have raw meat and then raw prime meat, and then there's another one on top of that that's also really high up there, that's higher. And usually cooking that one is like something that will increase your max hearts. Like the radish, for example, that Kind of will just grow here and there, but they're pretty uncommon. So you have hardy radishes and a big hardy radish as well. Alright, so we're heading that way, so it's probably best to take the road back. We've picked up pretty much everything I can think that we need for the time being. We don't really and truly need to cook anything, so we're good on that front. So we've got basically two options here. This is where it opens up a little bit in what you're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and do the questing, but since if you picked up the tower, you've got everything available here. If you want to start doing shrines in that area, or anywhere else, I mean, you're fully free to explore as much as you want, but that's what I'd recommend in terms of how easy or hard it is. I would recommend either getting the shrines in this area that you got the map for, or going to Hateno Village, which is what we're going to do. And we'll pick up the tower map once we get there. It will actually tell us after we do what we need to do there to come back here. And so once we do that, then we'll go and pick up all the shrines that I've not bothered to deal with along the way. I think this is just dead end, but if I remember, yeah, if you do need a sledgehammer, there's one right there. So I don't think there's anything in particular that's too important right here. There's not a shrine, so for the time being, let's just head on out. And after we get the little extra pieces here done, we're pretty free to explore for a while. Honestly, we'll be good on that front. There's plenty of side quests you can do in the game, unsurprisingly, but a fair few of them will be in towns as well. So if you're looking for side quests, going for towns is not a bad place to start. Case in point. Hide and seek. Here we go hide. Okay. Playtime with Katla. Okay, cool. I'm going to be a nasty, dirty little cheater and look that up. Nope, I don't need that advertisement, thank you. Oh, okay, that's simple enough. She's behind Imba's house. I figured it might be one of the cases of, like, you find her once and then she's like, oh, I'll hide somewhere else, and then you have to do it, like, 3 times total, maybe. But no, this is more akin to... There you are. This is more akin to, like, the bombers from Majora's Mask, except there's only one of them. Get some rock salt. I mean, I guess I wouldn't expect that much from a kid, so... Not in a mean way, but I was like, hey, this might result in money, where you might go to the parent, and the parent's like, hey, thanks for looking after my kid for a little while I was working on this thing, but nope. No such luck. I've never done every single quest in this game, and I have no plans to. There's no DLC on this file, for that matter, in case you were curious. You're probably noticing as well that my horse is disobeying me less. That's because the bond has been increased since I've been riding the horse and, like, soothing it each time that it's been trying to go off track. Like that, for example. And eventually it'll reach its max where it won't do that at all. Now, will we actually get to that point? I don't know, because like I said, I don't use the horses very often. This is one of the few instances where they're actually pretty helpful. Also, if you ever see a matching puzzle like that, with an empty block for Magnesis, that's for a Korok Seed, so just grab that and be on your merry way. I knew there was a spot with a Korok Seed coming up here, but I guess I was looking at the wrong wall, so... Yeah, the This is why, and also typically until my bond is max, I don't typically go at max speed with any of my horses, just because I don't want them to go off course and at a very high velocity. Unless I got a big open gap like this and I can kind of go how I need to. Is this a guy I think he is? Yeah, that's what I thought. Occasionally you'll see people like this in the world, and when you talk to them, they'll attack you. They're part of the Yiga clan, which is basically a group of people that have oh, I should have gotten that bug. They've basically decided to follow Ganondorf. And since I don't want to die to him, I'm going to scarf down some apples here. But if you can beat them, they'll usually drop sickles and weapons like that. Also bananas. And they'll typically drop rupees as well. Its violet glow fills your heart with generosity. Let's go ahead and get rid of that since it's about to break. I'm going to take the sickle. So just like note, if someone's waving you over, that there might be a chance that they'll be one of the Yiga clan. They're not usually too terribly threatening, and they're pretty uncommon in any area that's not the Gerudo. In the Gerudo area, you'll see them a fair few amount of times. But if you're looking for like just a little bit of extra pocket change, and you don't mind dealing with a fight, that's not a bad way to get some extra money. Before we take that path, because that path on the left just then is actually the way we need to go, I'm actually really quickly going to check and see what my relationship with Xiao is. It's got to be over 50. It's definitely over halfway, for sure. It's hard to tell unless you're actually playing, but she's controlling substantially easier than she was before. I want to talk to not that guy. Yeah, 87. Okay, that is believable. Nope, nothing else. Your friend here, though. There we go. So now you basically have 2 minutes to do what you've done before, which is taming a wild horse. I said there's 10 of them. I don't know if you have to grab one of these specifically over here. I don't think it matters. Scare the birds. But, like, just pick one and go with whatever you want. Stupid Autorocks. I don't know what it is about the Autorocks in this game. They're freaking snipers compared to how they've been in other games before. They can get you from insane distance. I don't know why, but they can. Alright, there we go. We got a horse. And there you go. Under a minute, pretty easily. And for doing that, you get 50 rupees. Just because this horse is a really good sport about it. I'll go ahead and register him. Oh, that was a very quick bond, but the temperament on it is gentle as opposed to the one I caught that was wild, so that's probably why. So we'll call him Cookies, because he has a cookies and cream butt. If you ever eaten those like cookies and cream bars, that was like one of my go-tos for childhood. Can't really do that anymore because white chocolate's very, very sweet. But we'll stick with Xiao for now. And we'll go back the way we came. So yeah, I used up a little bit of money getting that horse that I'll probably never use, but I just got 50, so it's not too big a deal. Nice quick 30 rupees. Noom. That's usually the type of person that you'll see, though. They'll be one of the Iga clan. They'll just be like on the side of a road somewhere and like trying to wave you over. If they've got a quest marker above their head, though, then they're not going to do that. But yeah, they're basically assassins, I guess, is the closest thing they'd come to. Though rather than being like the assassin and hiding, they try to be all nice and friendly with you, and then they'll kill you. Let's make a quick detour and see what's over here. Oh, I never pointed out the Guardian Sword, by the way. Guardian weapons are, unsurprisingly, very good against the Guardian enemies. However, they typically break pretty quickly. Think of like the glass weapons from Fire Emblem Awakening. That would be a good example of one. Sup, nerds? That's funnier than it should have been. Here's a fire arrow, by the way. It sets things on fire. You probably could have guessed that. Soldier's broadsword. Let's get rid of the spear. And there's a good shield, so we'll drop one of these. Nothing else here. This is their stack of weapons that they would have gotten had I not blown them up. Oh, hi. That's the nice thing about having really strong weapons is you can just one-shot enemies. Just like walk up to them, hit them, and leave. Bummer. I was hoping he'd drop arrows. Alright. Yeah, if you're looking for money, don't be afraid to take small detours like this. I know when you're streaming, it almost seems like practically ADD levels of just like, please focus on what you're doing and just go. And like that part of it, I 100% get. Like that would be obnoxious to just be like, somebody's like, okay, we're going to go to this tower, and then they get distracted by like 15 other things while they're doing that. But from a gameplay standpoint, you know, if you don't do that, you might need or want, say, like an outfit later on, and you're just going to spend a substantial amount of time just screwing around trying to find what you're looking for. And check something. Yeah, that does go back down that way. Okay. There's a bit of a Guardian graveyard there, and you do want to try to get some Guardian parts because you're going to be upgrading your Sheikah slate pretty soon. And you need those pieces for it. You need ancient screw, ancient shaft, and ancient gear core. And you're probably not going to get the gear cores, but you can find the other two, the screws, for absolute certain. And if you do a little bit of hunting, you can probably find the shaft. Please feel free to take that out of context as much as you'd like. And distraction, because Stamella shrooms. Just a wild guess to see if there were any on there. Guess not. Ancient Spring. Screw. You can get the shafts out of these and also gears as well. Where was that jackass? Was this him? Usually they're a little bit of a pain to get because they're typically in the water, but not always, so I always go around the entirety of these enemies because sometimes you can search them twice. Not always, though. Oh, hi, guys. There we go. There's one ancient shaft. You need 3 of each. Like, so the screws will be incredibly easy to find. You'll definitely get all those with no problem. I didn't mean to try to tame that horse, but, you know. Thanks, but no thanks. Also, in case you were looking for the One, the Only Epona DLC, so if you're looking for it in the main game, you're not going to find her. Which is a little bit of a bummer. Did I already have... No, I did already have an ancient shaft, and I know I've got enough ancient screws. Yep. Okay. So I'll quit stalling and looking for the parts, and like I said, the cores, I don't actually think you can find them this way. You do have to beat the, like, the actual live living enemies to get those, be they in Trials or in the overworld, but I don't believe you can ever get them from just searching around, so I'm not going to waste anyone's time trying to look for them. If you can, they're obviously going to be a very rare drop by comparison to anything else, so I'm not too terribly worried about it. Hi.
Yeah.
Sure am. So yeah, this was a fort that was used to, like, hold the line against Calamity Ganon, and apparently a lot of people died doing that, but at the same time it did prevent some destruction in this area, namely for Hatena Village. I skipped that part of the cutscene, and it's not really important to the story, but... There we go. Make a couple of these. But they did mention, like, Hatena Village is one of the very few areas in the entire world that didn't get affected by Calamity Ganon at all. And surprisingly enough, it's also not a village where they just are in blissful denial that anything ever even happened, which is nice. Let's cook 3 more and leave it at that. Yeah, that'll do. It's kind of hard to promote cooking early on when you don't have a lot of health, so it's like it's mostly for the effects rather than anything else. Get bees off of me. Excuse me, sir. Why are you looking around? Ancient texts. Of course, Dr. Caleb. Doctor. Did I just hear you call me Doctor? Is it not merely Caleb, but Dr. Caleb? So when a dark light resides in the cursed statue's eyes, pierce its gaze to purge the seal from the shrine. That is around here somewhere, but basically what it means is at nighttime there will be a graveyard and there will be a statue that's lit up. Shoot it with an eye, or shoot with an arrow in the eye, which is where it's lit up, and then that will get you the shrine. I know for a fact there's a side quest that actually you have to do in order to unlock a shrine that involves these fireflies, so that was the reason I stopped there. Really? You usually can check these and there's something in them. Guess not for that one. Nope, you gotta heads. These are primarily what I keep the axes for, by the way, is breaking these big crates, because with one-handed weapons, you're going to burn a lot of durability off of them, but you also don't want to use your, like, really strong two-handed weapons, so usually an axe will do just as well. Alright, we got some mushrooms, got a side quest. Let's move on. Even though we don't have this piece of the map, it is pretty much just as simple for the time being as follow the road. Interesting. Yeah, looks like they're all over there, just hanging out. But now it's raining, which makes this actually kind of a slight inconvenience for where I'm going to fight them. Because, as somebody in Kakarika will tell you, if you try climbing while it's raining, as a result, it makes everything slippery, and it makes it exceedingly difficult to climb. Oh. It didn't play like the little ding 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 noise because I killed them all in silent, but I'm like, is there still another one? Did I miss one? Nope. I did not. I got a pretty good return on investment on those arrows. I just picked up 15 right there. Jeez. Now we steal their food. More arrows, nice. Take those. I love that you can pick up the arrows that you missed any shots with. That's a really nice touch. Alright, let's have a look and see what we got here. An opal? Alright, I'll take it. Just having a quick look around, see if I can see the tower from here. Doesn't look like it, though. Like I said, though, with the opals, like, worst case scenario, you just sell it later for money. Alright, no problem. Let's get out of here. This guy might be another Yiga clan member. Oh yeah, she definitely is. I need grilled salmon. You what? Yeah, she lied. She wants to kill you. That's all. Yeah, especially at night if you see somebody like that, like there's a very, very good chance that they're just here to kill you. Thanks for the rupees. I will be taking that sickle. What are we going to drop for it? I'm going to need a torch in the immediate future, so I'm going to drop the sledgehammer I've been using at least a little bit. Because that other one I have not touched, so I know it's at full durability.
Hi.
Yeah, see, if they're moving like that, it's a lot less likely that they're a Yiga clan member, but if they're staying perfectly still and they're out at night by the side of the road, like, almost assuredly they're one. There's a shrine back there. I think that's the one for Hiteno Village, though. So, if it is, we will be seeing it pretty soon. And I'm pretty sure I've got my bond to max now, because outside of, like, hitting rocks and stuff like that by accident, I'm not getting any feedback on the control. I'll take a look at what's over here, but first... bees. alright. Wasn't trying to do that. Yeah, so occasionally you'll run into people that have stuff like this too, so they'll have different things you can buy from them. As you run low on those two items, so I'm gonna actually buy that, and then... Usually there's some around here. Yeah, there we go. I don't think picked up any amber yet. Nope. Okay. Oh, and one singular rupee that was just hanging around there. Okay. Not sure why that was there. Hey, I finally caught one of those restless crickets. I was mostly trying to get that guy, but, you know. Alright, then. Or my weapon could just not swing. You could also do that, sure. Now we gotta go back to the crap bows. Alright. That takes care of the two moblins. Oh, hi. I'll grab that shield of the mind's eye as well. That's probably not a very good one. Yeah, it looks nice, but it's not that good. I don't know how that missed, but whatever. Hey, nerd. I was kind of hoping he'd drop his weapons. I could just throw that at him as well, but no. Hey, you can have your weapon back. No, I got his buddy mad now. Hey, don't poke me with that. Moblin Spear. Also some other stuff. Ah, right, I accidentally hit the call button. There we go. You're good. This looks like an area just to hunt moblins and bokoblins, but... Do I get anything for hitting that? I was half expecting a Korok to show up just then. Oh hey, some Hylian rice. I'll take that. I don't know if that was from hitting the target or if it was something he did or what. You taking that spear, Mr. Moblin? Oh. I thought for sure that was going to be an auto rock, but nope, it wasn't. I still do remember we're going to Hateno, by the way. I was curious about those targets. And I think I see a treasure in the water. Yep, sure enough. First, though. Yeah, I'm not going out there for that octa balloon, sorry. What do we got? Alright, I'll take it. Hey, Shao. Let's get up to the village at long last and kill a bird on the way there. Why not? Just run it the hell over. Okay. One quick thing. I just want to make sure I'm going the right way. Equestrian riding course. Yeah, I don't need to do that. I know all about Equestria. No need to worry about that. Almost ran over that bird, too. Oh, hey, monster. And I can switch off that and take that. That's a lot of part of this game is just, like, if you see the opportunity to grab a better weapon, you might as well just go ahead and do it. Bye. Got him.
Hi.
Surprise. That's gotta hurt. Some extra rice. Take your weapon. He doesn't need it. It's fine. Oh, if you're gonna be a cheap little jerk, then fine. Turkey. Like I wasn't gonna see him trying to pull that stunt with me. It's the middle of a fight. What else am I gonna be looking at? Ah. I'm getting my aggressions out on a shrine that I had to do the other day where I had to get one of those things over to a certain platform, and it was causing me tremendous pain. Farming hoe is not a bad weapon, actually, all things considered. Hey, look, a Boca Club. Oops, I broke it. Hey, look, a mop. Oops, I broke it. I'll be taking that mop too. Yeah. They may not be active yet. I might actually have to do that quest before the thing I'm looking for in here will show up. I'll take the Stamella shrooms in the meantime, though. There's a forest that's just below Hatena Village where you can get sun shrooms, and there's a quest that they actually teach you how to use some of the features of your new Sheikah Slate, and getting the sun shrooms from this forest is the thing you have to do. So they may genuinely just not spawn until you activate that quest. Alright, let's keep going. Unless they're in this half of the forest, which is possible. Oh, come on, that should have killed it. Hey, I got a spear. And I'll take your spear. And I'll kill you and take your spear. That's why I prefer to hunt with stealth rather than just trying to blind fire. I'm just no good at it. Maybe if I played hit scan in Overwatch, but I don't. Somebody's got to play tank, and it ain't gonna be anybody else. Yeah, that was why I tried to get the horse to turn. That's why I didn't turn. Come on. And just like that, we have finally made our way to Hateno Village. Hello. I'm just a traveler. Yeah, this guy's a little suspicious of him, but once you tell him you're just traveling, he's fine. See you later, farm boy. I'm actually going to leave Shao right here because we're pretty much just going to go in, grab what we need, and leave. That guy will give you a tour if you want, but in short, go in here real quick. Your general store. Milk, truffles, Endura shrooms, rice, eggs. Some different arrow types here if you need arrows. Also, yes, you did read that correctly. A stack of 5 bomb arrows is 350 rupees. Here's your clothing store. Here you got your de facto Hylian stuff. Your warm doublet, which at this point you should absolutely have because you would have gone back and got it for free. Also your soldier set, which is a high defense set. It doesn't have a bonus to it, from what I remember, but upgrading it will give you quite the defense boost. You can get pretty high numbers off of that relative to the other sets that are in the game. Here's also the shrine for the village, which you definitely want to pick this up and just go do it real quick. Like all the ones next to villages, nice and easy one. And then we'll continue on to where we actually need to go. Also in there is obviously an inn. There's an inn in the town. There's a dye shop, which is exclusive to that town, where you can, if you've got the right materials, you can actually dye all of your clothing pieces different colors. So if there's a specific color that you're looking for, you can do that. We'll just do that right on here. If you're wondering why I'm just being a dick to the people that created this puzzle and not doing it, it's because getting the ball off of the platform requires like a really obnoxious jump sort of that you have to make. Jump's not the right word, but like this doesn't line up perfectly, so basically you have to kind of do what you did with that other one and flick it up like that, and even then the depth perception on it is very awkward, so as a result you might just send it off like that a couple times. I think about there is probably what I want it to be at. There we go. And then once you're done doing that, then you can set it down however you want so you can get to the treasure chest. That was close. I did not mean to get rid of that. You can navigate it through the maze, and it will drop it back at where it starts if it falls off. But the problem is, like, the maze isn't hard. Like, anybody can navigate through it. But if you're going to keep making that mistake with sending it off the cliff, do you really want to have to do it over and over and over again? I think not. So, just turn the puzzle upside down. Solve it that way. It's easier on everybody. If it was easy to connect that end path, I would say, like, yeah, just go ahead and do it legit. There's really no point in turning the maze upside down. Because, you know, by the time you turn it upside down and do that, you can be roughly at the same amount of speed, maybe a tiny bit faster than where you're at, but not enough to Not enough to make a difference. Alright, now that I'm done adjusting my chair here. See if I can just do this from here. There we go. You can get it from either side, from the ending platform or from right there. It kind of just depends on what you think's easier. Pernick bow. Alright, so that's a distance-based bow. Nice enough if you like that kind of thing. Yeah, if you don't make it, it'll just warp you back. You'll take a heart of damage, but that's all. And there we go. We're done with that very obnoxious shrine. That's one of the more infamous ones for not being cooperative and why a lot of people just flip that table upside down. And I don't blame a soul for doing that. I don't think I pointed this out too. The tips that are on screen, like the one for the bottomless bog here, if the loading takes a while, it'll give you the option to hit A and then you can skip to a different tip. Which I guess is something to see, like, for advice, because sometimes it might, once in a blue moon, just tell you something you had no idea about. So you never know, that advice might be handy, but if you play the game enough, eventually, of course, it's nothing important. So yeah, there's the dye shop over there with all the weird-looking test tubes on it. I was going to say that's where you pray, but no, that's not where you pray to the things, so. Here's where you steal somebody's apples. They don't need them. It's fine. Just take them away. There's the inn. Here's a bridge. And at this point, we head up to the area where we're supposed to be going. Again, you can take the horse up here, but you know what? We've been riding the horse around a lot, to be fair. And even though we're really not going to be doing that for much more, we'll take a little break and do the proper scenic route. Fine, man. However, you got to go get that apple. There you go. It'll all pay. What's up? I'm assuming they want me to... Yep. Okay. We can probably do that, because that's actually on the way to where we're going, so... That'll be simple enough. It's just a matter of getting down there and killing all the enemies. I don't think there's anything too terribly tough. Nothing harder than what we've already dealt with, honestly. Yeah, if you talk to the people around the village, they'll mention that the place we're going has like a really weird person in it that's barely ever comes out of where they are. Like, they just stay up there the whole time. They're basically just super introverted, super shy, and then the kids are also confused because they thought they saw a kid up there, but they're not 100% sure, and so they're spying on the place to check it out, but they can't find anything concrete about it either. This is the way down to the beach, by the way, so if you're looking for the story progression, you need to go a different way. Also, there's a shrine out there and an island out there, but we're not going to deal with those for the time being. I'm just looking for the enemies that she mentioned. I'm going to assume is probably that thing over there. Watch me clear them out, and then a blood moon will happen, and I'll have to go clear them out again. Oh, I see somebody dancing. Having a good old time up there. Nah, I don't want to waste my last explosive arrow. Now might be a good time to show off how much more distance you get out of that bow. Oh, over his head. I wasn't expecting that. Nope. Alright, we'll just go and fight you. Maybe these actually are a bit stronger than the other ones, but that's alright. We can still deal with them. Enhanced LaSalle Spear. That's pretty good damage for a spear. 12. What was it? Oh, it was a bow. I thought it was an arrow. I'm like, I don't think there's a limit to arrows. That's news to me. Yep. Now I've made him mad. That was funnier than it should have been. See what I mean about the bows being really good? Like, you can kind of just evade a bunch of stuff you don't want to deal with. Like, you don't want to deal with that guy? Just, you know, make him crumple like a sack of potatoes. Don't want the ability to move? Just sit there and do nothing. There's one. There's one. Meaning poked. There's a regular LaSalle Spear. We got the enhanced one, so we don't... Oh, well, I was going to say we don't really need it, but apparently we do. Throw that at me. Think you're doing, boy. Could I not pick that weapon up? No? We're not interested in picking that weapon up. Alright then. I think you're lying to me. I think I can pick it up. Yep, sure enough. Moblin Guts. Also that thing that got that the sound got muted for. Sorry for being quiet. I was trying to focus on what I was doing because I did almost die there. Yeah, I'm going to take that seared steak right now. Just so I don't get offed by something stupid. Surely that's got to be like a modest gem, right? Yeah, ruby. There we go. I was like, surely they got to give you something a little bit better for that. There's a Volt Fruit. Since we're down by the beach, we might be seeing a few different fruits compared to the norm. Sheep? What are sheep doing here? I don't remember these things being here. Oh well. There was nothing up on that. So really, we're free to go back to where we need to be. Because I assume it's just going to say now to... Yep. That was just a crab, lame. So here's some Lasalfos, some zombies. Anyway, we'll see normal Lasalfos later. Dude, were you trying to use that guy's head to beat me up? Dummy. So yeah, of course they've got their own parts. The talon, the arm, the horn, the toilet. The bow. The bows are actually pretty good. Let's ditch one of these bad ones. That's the best thing we got right now. Let's keep grabbing those fireflies. I think you need 10 total for the side quest I was thinking of to unlock that shrine for the record, so if you got more than that, then you should be more than good to go, and I'm pretty sure we do. Yeah, 19. Oh, look, more of these guys. Punt. Ooh, that is a very good bow. But first, we're gonna kill that guy. Thank you. Ooh, no, not that. Yeah, look at all that money. That was a very good amount just right then and there. I don't know if that lady in question is going to be out. I assume at 2:45 in the morning. Probably not. But by the time we get everything we need to with the outskirts of Athena Village, she'll probably be back where she was. This is always the lame part of having to come down to the beach, is basically just having to spiral back and forth to get back up. Oh, here's another type of crab. The iron shell crab. If you've never had crab before, I highly recommend it. It's really, really, really good. Unless you're allergic, in which case don't eat it, please. If you can't do shellfish, you can't do shellfish. I get it. But yeah, I've one of my favorite things that I've ever eaten was when I took a vacation to Baltimore and had an omelet for breakfast that had crab in it. Oh my gosh, but I wouldn't give it to eat that again. Because I do not live near the ocean at all. People are like, oh, you live in Texas, you live near the Gulf of Mexico. I'm like, yeah, the Gulf of Mexico is about a 10-hour drive for me to get there, so no, I don't live close. Not at all. Come on, Link, you just gotta power through a little bit more, we're almost there. And finally, we've made it to the lab. Good morning. Yes, I do have some business with the director. He's in the back. That's a lie. She's the director. Yep, it's a Sheikah Slate. Stasis, Magnesis, Rumble, and Cryonis. That's it for the rune, but you don't have some of the basic runes. This is Simon. So yeah, Impa catches him up to speed, so basically they already kind of know what's going on. And then you find out Yeah, she's the director. She basically, for the long and short, if you don't want to read the diary for what happened to her, is she remembers you from 100 years ago, so you'd think she'd be like, you know, an old lady, because she should be. But she found a way to reverse her age that reversed her to having the body of a 6-year-old. And so, as a result, now she's a 6-year-old, and as far as I know, you don't ever age her back, but yeah. You didn't think I'd fix her free, did you? I did not. Yeah, you actually do have to do this, because otherwise that guidance stone is completely useless. So, what you have to do is you will need a torch for this. So if you don't have one, which I don't think I do, that'll work. What they want you to do is get the blue flame for that furnace so that you can actually use the slate again, because otherwise it's no good. Also, that is the tower right there, so I'm going to mark that real quick. And that right there is the furnace you're looking for. Which, thankfully, we can just glide to that. However, coming back will be a slightly different story. Also, Scarecrow0407, thank you for the follow. I need to be keeping my sound on for the alerts, so I can actually hear things. If I have missed anybody that is still here, I do apologize for that. Normally I keep a headphone in, but I also get echo on my end if I do that, but I have a way around that. I just need to actually turn it back on. So let me do that really quickly. I think it should be regardless. I don't know why it's not. But I've been keeping an eye on it out of the corner of my eye, but if I did miss anybody, I do apologize. So here's the blue flame you need, and thankfully they give you the torch. So you're basically doing some torch running, is the long and short of it. It lasts for a very long time, which is a good thing. However, you can't run, because if you run, remember you put your weapon away, which of course puts out the fire, so you can't do that. You can't take out your... Well, I'll go ahead and show you. Like, yeah, if you try to run, he'll put it out. I'm just gonna go back here anyway. So it does last for a very long time. You can light up the other torches, and by doing that, you sort of create checkpoints for yourself. So, like, if you light this one and say you mess it up, then you don't have to go all the way back. You could just, you know, go back to this point again. So for that aspect, it definitely does help, because it would be a gigantic pain to have to go all the way back each time you make a mistake. So this is sort of your way around that. It's just a shame that you can't even run it. You have to walk the whole thing. You got to do... I'd say it's an Olympic torch run, but it's more of an Olympic torch jog. Like, you're not really running. See, I don't even know what the best way to get back is here, because this feels like the wrong way to go. But there is a torch there, so that's a good sign. And the torch will last for like a really long time before it goes out. So you're probably all right. I wouldn't recommend running the whole thing in one go or anything like that, but largely you'll be okay. And I believe it resets the cooldown each time that you mark one of the lanterns as well. You don't have to mark every single lantern though. So if you don't get them all, it's not the end of the world. Don't worry about it that much. Before I talk to her, I'm going to ignite this lantern and then come back and talk to her to get the quest finished, and then I can just reignite that torch with this lantern. There we go. Hey, I took care of your thing. Yep, sure did. Fresh milk times 10. Very nice. Also... I want to take your pitchfork. That's better than what I got right now. Alright. Let's keep going. I did not tap B just then, but sure, we'll go with it. This is a little bit easier to do if you've already got the map for the tower, just because you can follow the road for most of this, because the road does kind of, again, zigzag back and forth. But it's still not too terribly bad. Especially if you just walked up the road to get here initially, you already know which way you're going, so it's not too bad on that front. One problem that can happen, not always, but it can happen, and I think they even mention it if you talk to What's-Her-Face again, is they're like, yeah, we tried to get the blue flame back before, or no, I think it's in her diary, actually. Simon goes to do it, but as he's running back, it keeps raining. Like she says he keeps making mistakes, but one of them is it's raining, which will, of course, put the fire out. So if it's raining, then you might be stuck waiting for that to go away, or building a campfire, or going to a cook pot or something and waiting for that to go away. But thankfully, we are done. And also, by doing that, we now have that travel gate, so if we want to come back here, we can just warp here now. Thank goodness. Yep, we took care of that. Yeah, her voice it's so grating. I don't know if it's just me, but her voice is really grating. So yeah, Cameral, Hyrule Compendium, and album files confirmed, or missing files confirmed, starting repair. So this gives us one more new ability on the main set with Cryonis, Stasis, Magnesis, and Bomb, which is the ability to use a camera. Largely, you don't use it too much in the main game, but every now and again it will come in handy. For side questing, however, you will use it quite a bit. And it genuinely does have some very useful purposes. And also you get the compendium, which shows a bunch of these. And last but not least, it's got an empty compendium where you can document all the creatures, enemies, weapons, items, food, etc., which has its own purpose as well. We'll go over that in a little bit, though. Yep, looks good. Take a picture of me with the camera and don't forget to see it. Yeah, it defaults to the camera. It moves it back over there. So you would use it like any other rune. So you just line up your shot, take your shot. I don't like those bedroom eyes. Let's delete that and try again. And you actually get more of an angle than it lets you. So we'll do that. As long as you've got her fully in the shot, you should be alright. It's a little bit more lenient than, say, the one from Wind Waker, where you've got to get specific pictures. So yeah, we probably accompanied her to the place where Zelda took those pictures, but you can also get some lost memories by doing that. It's definitely recommended to get at least one, because you get a good piece of armor for doing that. But it also gives you pieces of the plot as well. What do you need? No, I don't think I need anything. I thought I needed to talk to... No? I guess not. Alright, well, let's talk to her again real quick then. So yeah, I haven't seen Robbie for a while. Something good. Yeah, so 3-inch screws to power up the Sheikah sensor, 3 shafts to power up the remote bombs, and 3 cores to power up stasis. Unfortunately, the best one by far is stasis, and that's the one I don't have the things for, but I do have the other 2. Alright. So we'll start with the sensor. Because apparently they require the materials, and despite the fact you're like, I'm here to save the world, that's not good enough for them. So yeah, by this point, you've almost assuredly got the 3 screws. Like, if you don't, I'd be very surprised. The shafts I'll give you, but the screws you should definitely have by this point. And this will give you Sensor Plus. So you can now set the sensor to things other than shrines, and then it will point you in the direction of whatever you set the sensor to, rather than just the shrines. I will be keeping on the shrines for probably the entirety of playing this, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. It's a nice little feature, though, so it helps every now and then. And then once you do that, yeah, he wants to talk to you, so you can show him that in a second. But first, we're going to power up the remote bomb for sure. Because even though it's not as good as stasis, because I like stasis more, the bomb upgrade helps a lot. Like, a lot. So if you've got the ancient shafts for it, go for it. It's kind of a shame you don't get to upgrade Cryonis or Magnesis. I don't know how they'd upgrade Magnesis, but it's kind of a shame the other two don't get an upgrade, but oh well. Of the runes that needed the upgrade, air quote needed it, it was definitely Stasis and the bombs. So they have a stronger blast, and they recharge way faster. Like, way faster. Probably 75% faster than they were recharging initially. It's ridiculous how much quicker they are. And we can't upgrade Stasis for the time being, so let's go and talk to him about the Sheikah Sensor Plus. So first thing he wants you to do is take a picture of the Sun Shroom. Really quickly, I'm going to show off how fast the bombs are charged. So, yeah, way faster. Okay. So he wants you to take a picture of a Sun Shroom. Okay, there we go. We'll also actually, you know, pick it up. Yep, sure was. If you do pick up the Sun Shroom by accident, you can just drop it on the ground and then take a picture of it as well. Same thing with your weapons and whatnot. So what he wants you to do is go to your album, I think. Is it album? No, that's the wrong one. Inventory system, no? Not here? No, I had it right a second ago. Maybe I didn't have it right. I think it's on map. Yeah. So you can go to Sheikah Sense with Y while you're on the map, and then you can pick from your compendium. So they want you to do the Sun Shroom in this case. Target with sensor. So now, anytime you're in the proximity of a Sun Shroom, then you can get that. I'm not going to grab that. He went ahead and told you that there is a forest where there's a bunch of them. And now we can warp back here, so even if we jump off, we can easily get back. And he is correct, there are a bunch of them out here. A bunch of mushrooms of all kinds, really, so like feel free to take some time and explore this section. But for what you need, there's 3 right there. You do actually turn those Sun Shrooms in, but you get a pretty good reward for doing it, so it is worth sacrificing the 3 you get. But if you're going to want more for cooking anything, you might as well stick around and grab some other stuff. This is a pretty good place for Iron Shrooms, Hylian Shrooms, and occasionally Stamella Shrooms as well. Oh, and also acorns, yeah, you can run into those. Alright, that'll do for Sun Shrooms. I got 12, that's more than enough. So, rather than make the hike back up there, since we already had to do that once with getting back up from the beach, let's just warp there. Yes, that is how a carnivore works. They eat meat, fish, and insects. They eat other living things. Thank you for giving us the definition of what a carnivore is. Very helpful. Alright. Yep. You can have them. Enjoy. So in return, he gives you Hardy Truffle times 3, which is a much better thing than the Sun Shroom is, because those are much harder to find. Usually you have to buy them. So that gives you the Sun Shroom quest, and now that we've done that, I'm going to be turning this back onto Shrine, and like I said, probably keeping it there for the rest of the game. So for main quests, now you have to go back to Impa for her to tell you a little bit more about the locked memories. The good news is, because we have that warp, we don't have to travel all the way back there. We can literally just fast travel and not make that journey back. So when I said it was out of your way to go and at least check the shrine to get it on your map, I was not kidding. It is extremely useful. You know, unless you wanted to make the hike back, which, I mean, if you want to, then sure, if you want, go for it. Alright. I'm going to see if that rabbit is there. He's usually easier to spot during the night. I don't see him there, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Now might be an opportunity to get that last piece of armor, though, because we got all those ambers. Because I am missing the chest piece, which is 700. Okay. All of them. Yep. Yep, you can have that. I'm going to keep both of these, like I said. I don't ever use these, so we'll sell them, sure. Oh, those are actually worth a decent amount. Alright, well, we'll sell 3 of those then. There we go. Nope, I don't need anything else. All I need to do is make sure... Yep, is the tights and the mask that I've got, so the stealth, the chest guard is what I need. You can buy multiple sets, but, like, literally the only reason that you would do that... I should go ahead and talk to him first. Literally the only reason that you would do that is just to get them different colors. Which seems like a lot of time and effort to go through of doing that and upgrading it all just to have a different color for the armor. Maybe just pick one you like and stick with it. In my case, if you've been around a while, well, you can probably guess what 2 colors I would pick. Alright, let's go talk to Impa. We're back. Alright, no, she was just being really obnoxious, I guess. So yeah, this just goes and uses one picture as an example, but yes, this was Zelda's Sheikah Slate. And so she says, I want you to visit at least one of those locations, and then she'll be able to give you something in return. And like I said, you do get a reward for getting all of them, yes, but even just the one, the reward for it's actually pretty decent, all things considered, so I would recommend doing that. I'm going to very quickly make a trip to the Great Fairy to see if we can upgrade anything else. I'm willing to bet the answer is probably no, but I can't say that for absolute certain, so we will see. Yeah, that glowing rabbit isn't here. You can see him in other places in Hyrule, but this is going to be the place you come to the most frequently, so it's also going to be the place that you're probably going to be seeing it the most frequently. Alright, got some of those. Very good. Let's see if we got the stuff to upgrade the tights. Nice, we do. That's the upgrade to getting the stealth guard while you're here too, is because the nightshade that you need to upgrade it at least to the first level is all around the Great Fairy Fountain, so you can get at least a couple pieces of it to where it's at a decent defense. As for the Hylian stuff, it's thankfully usually just bokoblin junk, so it's pretty easy to upgrade as well. For the record, I already know the answer. For the climbing piece, you need rush rooms is the big thing. Also key swings, but you've probably gotten those. It's going to be the rush rooms you're going to be hurting for a little bit more. Also, Ledge 3 and D, thank you for the raid. I cannot run countermeasures right now, so we will not be able to do so. I need to send that over to this laptop. Because I did have a countermeasure set up, but it's on my old PC, and that thing, I think, officially now qualifies as a dinosaur. But the good news is, you get to hear Kazuichi screaming like he's just been shot, so that's always a plus. How did your stream go, out of curiosity? What were you also playing Breath of the Wild, or was it something entirely different? Do share with the rest of the class. Okay, so the big thing we're probably going to need to do is go there. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get the tower first. Also, Kurabisher, if I got that right, BST60, welcome. If you are new to the channel, basically, we do a lot of Nintendo around here. I felt like playing Breath of the Wild, which is why we're doing it, and why we've been streaming for about 4 hours, and I've made so much progress to show for it. Not that much. Not that much. But yeah, this was a new file, so this is all I've really done right now, is we've got to the point where we just now got the request from Impa to go and find one of the memory locations. Breath of the Wild stream. Nice. Very nice. I've played before, so this is like a little bit of explanation on how to play, not too terribly much. We're not going into tutorial mode, but this is my technically 4th playthrough. I've completed 2. I have my own separate file that I've been playing, and then this one as well. First one was 100% run, yes, including the Korok seeds. Second one was get off the plateau, go straight to Ganon. Third one I've been doing on my own time, and then this is playthrough number 4. But this is the first one that I've streamed of Breath of the Wild. I think this might be the first Breath of the Wild content I've done for YouTube or Twitch, period, actually. That's probably a... Yeah, haha. I'm gonna drop that on top of his head and move on. Or get... okay, that was weird. I've never seen that happen before. Have you done Master Mode or any of the DLCs? I have not. No, I need to at some point. I really do need to play the DLCs. Every now and again, and we haven't done it recently because she moved out like 20 miles, and so she's busy getting settled in. We do a series, usually on the weekend, called Icarus Plays, which is one of my friends that did not grow up with video games. She got into the gaming series, like, for everything really, really late. And so she's played a bunch of the stuff that I grew up with, but she's never, like, seen it, never heard of it. Like, before we started that, she hadn't played any of the Paper Mario games, she hadn't played any of the Zelda games, nothing like that. And so she's currently in the process of doing Paper Mario 1, because she did Thousand Year Door, and I actually like Paper Mario 1 just as much. But she has done Ocarina of Time and Skyward Sword thus far, so I'm going to have her definitely play Majora's Mask, and at some point be playing Breath of the Wild as well. So at that point, you'll be seeing a little bit of a return to blind, I guess. Oh, that actually didn't... Oh, well, I guess I'm using my weaker bow. I was expecting that to kill him, but... I should probably switch off that sledgehammer by now and just throw on something. That'll work. I wish I had Rivali's Gale like I did on my other file. I mean, we've got enough of these to where we could probably scale it. I just need to find a decent point that I'm going to try to go for. Interesting. Guardian Fire Temple is completely random. Interesting. Yeah, at some point I need to just, like, break down and do it. I've heard a little bit from my friend who got me into Zelda in the first place, and so he's given me a little bit of his thoughts on it. But at some point, yeah, I do want to play it and just see how it runs for myself. I really am curious. I just haven't got around to it. I think part of the problem was whenever it first came out, I absolutely burnt myself out on playing the game because I did... I mean, it wasn't like Jared level of completed it quickly, but like once it came out, I played it pretty much every night for about 3 weeks until I finished. At the very least, the main game. I probably didn't do all the Korok seeds in that time, but I did all the shrines, all the divine beasts and all that stuff, and so I just got completely and utterly burnt on it. And so I didn't touch it for a long, long time, so by the time I finished that playthrough and my go directly to Ganon and beat him playthrough, the DLC wasn't out yet, so at that point I definitely wouldn't have played it. But now it's available and I do need to check into it for sure. And now I've got the Rushrooms I need to improve this bandana. If I can get up to that spot, we'll probably be okay. Favorite Divine Beast? In terms of ease, how easy it is, it's absolutely Rivali's. Rivali's is pathetically easy. Like, I'm pretty sure my first playthrough, using no guide or anything, I did it in under 15 minutes, maybe even under 10. Favorite looking / favorite, like, how it works is probably the Ruto one. I love the whole, like, using the elephant trunk for different things. I think the only one I really ever had difficulty with was the Gerudo one. The Gerudo one I struggled with a fair bit, I remember that. Serpentine Spear, ooh, that's actually not bad. What can we get rid of? Sure, we'll get rid of that. Literally just blitz Rivali's and string. Yeah, it's like, it's a really easy Divine Beast, but the reward you get for it is one of the better ones. I would say, like, in terms of, like, just quality of life, it's absolutely the best of the four. Mipha's Grace is pretty good too, don't get me wrong, but, like, that helps a ton for when it's like, I don't really feel like climbing this, or I need a big head start to make this. So ease of access wise, yeah, Rivali's Gale, absolutely phenomenal. I usually recommend for new players to do Ruto first, to have Mipha's Grace, because the basically better fairy is really helpful for people that are only getting a small way through the game and then go for Rivali's. Oh, this might be a problem, actually. I don't know if I can use fire arrows while it's raining. I actually don't remember. Grab some more of those. Don't really need them right now, but might come in handy later. Actually, we may not even need to. I think you can get around the vines on this one. It's a little awkward to get at it, but I think you can do it regardless. Worst case scenario, I'll just be a little bit lazy and use the potions. Potions. Skewers, let's try that again. I mean, I get acts like a potion, so it'll work. And it looks like it's mostly a straight shot from here. Yeah, that's the only downside, is Mipha's is a little bit more work than Rivali's is. Rivali's is pathetically easy by comparison to the other three. I don't remember much about Daruk's, and granted, like, on my other playthrough, I've only done Rivali's and Mipha's on that one. I've stalled on the Divine Beasts for the Goron and Gerudo because I just didn't find the ability that useful. And so I'm pushing, like, getting pretty close to about 100 shrines. Like, the only areas that I haven't gone through for all the shrines are the Goron area. Like, I just bought the fire stuff for it earlier today on that file. And then the two bottom left areas where the desert are. Everything else I've pretty much completely cleared out. I think there's one shrine I skipped, and it was because I needed a dragon scale that's the dragon that's in the Goron area, so that was why I skipped it for the time being. There we go. That's one of the things I've been thinking about, though, for having Icarus play it. Like, do I want to make her do all the dungeons? Do I want it to be a 50-50 split? Because I feel like I'd want her to do Rivali's just because of how easy it is, and I'd probably do Urbosa's because I remember that one gave me the most difficulty. But since I've only done those playthroughs, and I haven't gotten to those two dungeons on my other file, and because I didn't do it on my second playthrough, I've only ever done those dungeons one other time. So it will be interesting to see how I do them in a subsequent playthrough, if I'll be like, I kind of remember this, I don't remember this at all. That's one of those things I'll kind of find out as I go. Alright, so we got a good chunk of the map to work with here. We should probably actually start getting shrines. I kind of just picked up ones that were either near towns or they, you know, were just on the way to where I was going. Otherwise, I didn't really think about it that much. We'll start with Dueling Peaks and go from there. Because there's only a few, like 3 of them are grouped together, and then there's like 3 or 4 others total, one of which I think I already got. I don't know, because I guess Kakariko is part of that, so there's probably closer to 6. That sounds about right. Shoot a fire arrow into a bomb barrel to make it explode. Yeah, we had to go over that the other hour, whenever it was like, yeah, regular arrows will not do the job. Alright, so there's one right there. Yep, so there's that one. I'm not going to mark any of the towers for the time being, just the shrines. I know there's some that are up on the cliffside here. Like, there's one that's, like, basically one that's here and then one that's here, or roughly in that position. Like, they're pretty close to each other. Already did that one. Already did that. Already marked that one. There's the one in Kakariko. There's one that's, like, pretty close to that, but you have to do a bunch of side quests for this one. But I do remember there being one there. Because you have to get the ball from Impa's niece, or whoever it is. So you have to do a couple quests to get that one. We did that one. And I think there's another one that's down here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see it. No, I'm not going to be able to see it from here, because it's going to be in the way. But if I remember correctly, there is... Because it's the flower one, isn't it? I think it's the flower lady, which is really funny. I could be remembering the wrong shrine, but I think that's... that those are all the ones I can get, is the ones I marked, and then the ones that are up here. I think I'm going to go for that one first, solely because it's raining right now, and I'm not going to try to scale a cliff face while it's raining this early in the game. Because it ain't gonna work. Get out of here. What does my weapon set look like right now? I don't really need the torch right now. I know normally I would keep these on me all the time, but right now I know I don't need it. I'm pretty good on shields. Can use a bow, but that's alright. Ah, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one that Steven and Mal did. If you've ever watched Steven plays, they've played through Breath of the Wild. And as Steven was going through this one, going through clearing this out, a blood moon happened while he was fighting everything. So as a result, it made him fight it twice. Essentially. There we go. I don't know why I couldn't hit him there. Get up there. It's not that difficult to kill. Light him up. That will never get old. Hey, you keep running after that boy. See where it gets you. I'll take that. Spiked Boca Club, that's another pretty good one. We'll get rid of that. Same damage, but the arms don't last for anything, so might as well pass on them. Oh, there were some people that just stayed asleep for that entire fight. Are you serious? Hey, wake up. Did you throw a rock at me? I don't know how we managed to hit each other at the same time there, but we did. Give him a nice little swat on the butt. Steal their food. I think there was one over here. Yeah, that was still asleep. Oi, wake up. Still have the axe? Nope. I guess not. Alright, well, we'll have to use the sledgehammer then. I mean, we don't have to, but it'll work just as well. Its red luster tickles your heartstrings. Very nice. I mean, I came here for the arrows, but, you know, that's just me. No, we're not going to just leave those arrows there. Are you kidding me? Yeah, look at these sneaky snails. So sneaky because they're bright green where anyone could see them. Amber, I'm going to assume opal. Nope, 2 ambers. I was proved wrong. I actually don't know if I have any other two-handed weapons. Nope, I don't. Well, I guess we'll have to leave those there. That's a bummer. I mean, at best, it would have had a little bit of money and a little bit of arrows. That's about it, really. Attacking that poor horse. What do you think you're doing? And we'll take all those and move along. Hey, buddy. Nope, I got the horse instead. Oh well. Could use magnesis. Yeah, I could have used magnesis, I guess. That's true. I didn't even think about that. Magnesis is magnesis is everybody else's Cryonis. I always forget that it's a thing whenever I could be using it for stuff. Get out of here. Could have done a better job aiming, but again, I'm not very good at aiming at a moving target. Still target? Yeah, absolutely. Could have nailed it for those, but... Yeah, it is the flower one. Oh, no, because I was saying the south one was the flower one. It wasn't. It was this one. Oh, well. I want that radish. Tragically, I have to go through the maze in order to get it. Hi. I like how this side quest or shrine quest is... Oh, what can I do for this lady? Not step on the flowers. That's what I can do. If you care about getting that, for the record, that one I do remember you can magnesis it, because it's a metal object. I was about to say if you can get it. There we go. It's just a pitchfork, so I'm not interested, but that's how you get that. That I am interested in, however. The big hearty radish. Nope. They are screaming out in pain! So much pain! Yeah, you know what? I know everybody wants to see it. Because it's so freaking funny. It's like one of the things that stuck with me, even while not playing this game. One of my favorite memories of stepping on this 3 times and she just goes insane. So many times. I've lost count of how many times I've told you. It's just so many now. It's 3. 3 times you've told me. Or day after day, I have to plant these flowers, then you come and hurt them over and over. It's just that flop that she has is so freaking funny. It's just like the perfect face plant. The flowers rage. There you go, your 45 bits have not gone to waste. It's so terrifying and, like, goofy at the same time. It's just like, what has even happened? She goes and beats you within an inch of your life, because that's an appropriate way to deal with that kind of thing, apparently. Let's munch down some apples here. But it's just so... It's like the true dark humor that I appreciate. Like, I love dark humor / black comedy. I think it's absolutely amazing when used correctly. And it's like, it's just light enough to not be like proper dark humor, but it's getting a decent ways there, and as a result, it's really, really funny. There we go. It's just so silly, though. Like, I don't know who specifically came up with that idea, but, like, I'm hoping for Breath of the Wild 2 we get more silly things like that, where it's, like, it's still within the realm of, like, yes, this could happen in the game. It's not, it doesn't take you out of place for it, per se. But at the same time, it's just like, what is happening? What is going on? Also, yes, I'm aware of how you're supposed to do this trial, but everybody forgets Cryonis. I'm gonna give it the love that it truly deserves. Because it don't get much. Not much at all. Thought I missed that, but I guess not. Ice arrows! Nice, I think it's the first set of ice arrows we've gotten. Well, that could have gone better. But oh well, it worked. That's the important thing. We got there in the end, we got our health back, that's all that matters. That was like a beautiful, like, side flop into the water, though. Absolutely beautiful. And that is 10 shrines down. Very nice. A long way to go, but, I mean, all things considering, you know, since we literally just started this playthrough, this stream, it could be a lot worse. And now, just for old time's sake, step on the flowers to get out of here. Even though we're about to warp regardless, because we are headed back to the tower. The only reason I went to this one first was because it was raining. It's not raining anymore, so now I can go back and get the ones on top of the mountains. The two mirrored ones. That is quite the task. Probably better to go after that side first to get the highest one. Then we can just fly and warp back. Did I take out the enemy camp here? I don't think I did. I think I actually left this one. And believe it or not, despite the fact we've been playing this for 4 hours and 17 minutes, I haven't gotten a Blood Moon yet. Which I kind of figured I would have gotten one by now, but it has not happened. No, this is just an empty area. Okay. Maybe I did take out the enemies here? I don't remember doing that, though. I'm pretty sure I didn't cross back over the water because I was busy going for the shrine that was down there and then also getting the different rocks with the sledgehammer. So I'm pretty sure I didn't, but I could be wrong. Speaking of getting the rocks with the sledgehammer... I know you can use bombs, but I don't want to send whatever's in here flying, so... This can be destroyed. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure it can be destroyed. Okay, maybe I do want to try and blow this up and just hope for the best. Oh, I was about to say, well, whatever that was, it is absolutely gone now. If there was another piece in there, it was definitely gone at that point. I love being able to sort of cheat it out that way of, like, being able to run on a surface just long enough to get some of your stamina back. Man, I feel bad for anybody that didn't bother going for that chest early on in the shrine and didn't get the climber's bandana, because this would make it that much worse. I mean, later on in the game, once you've got Rivali's Gale and the other pieces, you could probably scale this like it's absolutely nothing, but still. It might be easier over there. Oh, look, a goat. That wasn't a headshot, really? Alright then, if you say so. Yin Yang 57, what have you been up to? I remember enjoying some of your videos, although I'm curious why make the Blue's Clues reference in your Paper Mario Let's Play. Because why not? I mean, the idea was you're jumping into a portrait, and they do that all the time in Blue's Clues. They Blue Skidoo into a bunch of paintings and portraits. And I'm sure anybody that's on Twitter has seen the video that came out semi-recently. Which, like, part of me is like, yeah, I know they did that just for an ad campaign for, like, the 25-year anniversary of Blue's Clues, but at the same time, like, I wasn't ready to get punched in the heart like that out of nowhere. I was just going on my business, minding my own, you know. Just ordinary, everyday week. But, like, I watched Blue's Clues well longer than the time it was intended for that target audience. That was, like, my one show that I never stopped watching even well after I should have. I didn't stop watching it until Steve left. Until it was Joe, and then Joe lasted for like all of 2 seasons. But I remember watching that like into my preteens, practically. Which is funny because from what I've been told by all accounts, like pretty much once I was old enough to talk, my dad tried putting Barney on, and I turned and looked at him and went, "This is stupid. I don't want to watch this." And yeah, that does sound like something I would say. And if you're wondering where I would have gotten stupid from at such a young age, that would have absolutely been both of my parents. They didn't swear, but they use words like stupid all the time. So yeah, I would have absolutely got that from one of them. But I'm trying to remember, because the earliest shows I remember watching growing up would have been PBS, which would have been Cyber Chase and Dragon Tales. Dragon Tales first, because it was intended for a younger audience, and then Cyber Chase. And Blue's Clues. Those are the big ones when I was like really, really little. And then once I got old enough, which was really probably like 8 for me, I probably should have waited for longer. My folks probably should have given me a little bit less lenience with that. That would have been the point where, at least on, I would have stopped watching most of Nickelodeon. I would have watched like Rugrats maybe, and Rocket Power, SpongeBob here and there, not that often. But that was the point where, and they don't do it anymore, that Cartoon Network was starting to like being able to push away from Nickelodeon and having better shows. Outside of, like, say, Danny Phantom, for example. But that would have been the point where I would have watched the programming set that was called Magoozy, that was before Toonami, or not Toonami, before, maybe it was Toonami. That sounds right. Because Toonami would come on, like, in the late hours. That'd be, like, the time I'd have to go to bed, so, like, 8:30 to 10:30. That would have the stuff like Naruto, Bobobo, and I was too young to watch that, but I could watch the stuff that was on Magoozy, so that would have been stuff like Code Lyoko, Teen Titans, the original Teen Titans, obviously. Maybe Ben 10 was in there. I don't remember. I don't think it was, though. I think that was before Ben 10 was a thing, but I could be wrong. But, like, those are the ones I remember watching, specifically Code Lyoko, Teen Titans from that era. And the Acceleracers movies, I would have watched those. Still love those movies. But yeah, Blue's Clues was like, that's childhood staple for me. I still remember most of the characters from that. That's one of those, like, I've always thought that was just a better show. And like, even as an adult, I think it's a better show for kids than, like, than Dora the Explorer, than Barney, than... Maybe not Sesame Street, but I didn't watch a lot of Sesame Street growing up, so I'm probably not the best person to answer that question. You remember Shaolin Showdown? Oh, I remember Shaolin Showdown. Heck yeah. Favorite Shengang Wu? Oh, that's tough. I mean, like, gut instinct, not thinking, is got to be either Shroud of Shadows or Golden Tiger Claws. For anybody that didn't watch that, they were basically, like... There's basically items in that series that gave you unnatural powers as long as you held it. So, like, Shroud of Shadows would basically be... Think like the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter. And Golden Tiger Claws are basically you can slash open a hole, and wherever you're thinking, you can jump into it or throw something into it or throw someone into it, and it sends it to that location. So it was like a really, really cool show back in the day. But yeah, I remember watching that all the time. I'm trying to think of like some other Shengan moves that stick out. The Eye of Dashi, the Orb of Tornami. I remember a bunch of those, like, all over the place. I remember those. Which one is this? This is Shivanir. Okay. I'm going to be cheap and just cheat on this one. Because I know how the puzzle works. Basically what it is you have Shivanir and Shivanath, because there's another shrine that's opposite the Dual Peaks Tower. And this is not what I need. So basically the one for, like, this outline here, how the balls are set, is how you need it in the other one and vice versa. So you see this first one, and then you have to go and put that in the second one while memorizing the first one. But, like, I already know how the puzzle works, so really, we're kind of just wasting time by doing that, if we're being perfectly honest. Because I know how the puzzle works, and the puzzle doesn't change. So, like, really, at this point, I'm okay with just cheesing this one, honestly. Again, cool idea for a puzzle, but like a little bit annoying that you have to do it the way it's done. It's kind of one of those cool idea the first run. After that, I will say it is definitely a cool idea. It's just not many of the shrines are interlocked like that. They're usually their own individual challenges most of the time. But I'm okay with that one being a one you can just kind of skip past that. Your resourcefulness to looking things up on Wikipedia. It wasn't Wikipedia, but you get the idea. Because as one of my high school classmates will tell you, when in doubt, you should copy and paste from Wikipedia. Don't actually do that. He almost got expelled for that. That wasn't even a guy in my class either. That was somebody that was... They were 3 grades above me, if I remember correctly. I started freshman year when they were in their senior year, and that was when they did that. And they copied and pasted from Wikipedia, and not only did they do that, they didn't even take, like, the little footnote numbers out. So, like, it was like, okay, why is there a small 1 in brackets here? Like, that level of any idiot would have seen that they clearly stole that from somewhere else. Alright, Shivanath. Let me get that one open. Okay. You can run down small... Yeah, or in this case, birds, because I ran down a lot of birds while running them over. Yeah, this one's Shivanath. Alright. Okay, there's that one. Oops. I don't know why I think... Well, no, I know what it is. It's a different Zelda game that's been telling me R is to drop it because it's Ocarina of Time. Whenever I have a bomb, I usually don't drop it in front of me. I usually just hit the shield button because that drops it directly where you're standing, so you get a little bit more control over where it's going to go. And that's what was throwing me off. That was why I did that. 2, 3, 4, and throw. And there we go. Typically, I'm not going to cheat like that, but like that's just one of those of I know how to do the puzzle. I just need the actual numbers in front of me, and that's it. Yeah, exactly. Here for a good time, not for a long time. Exactly. Exactly. I'm so glad you get it. It's not worth it. But you know what? For the honor of Stephen Plays, who's not here, but in case he ever watches it, he can get his little Dust in the Wind segment here. If you've not watched him play, every time that happens, he does a Dust in the Wind thing, and it frustrates his wife, who's playing with him more and more each time he does it, which is why it never gets old. For a Shaolin Dragon, what element would you be, and what would your special woo be? If you could change a bad guy to the side of good, who would it be? I kind of like keeping the bad guys where they are. I mean, for me, the bad guys really make that show in particular, they really make that show. So I wouldn't change that. If I had to pick an element, if we're going like for just the raw element, it would probably be wind. And I do like Raimundo of the Shaolin Warriors the most. So I think it would probably be wind. But if we're going off elements, it's probably either wind or fire. But I could honestly see any of the 4, really. Alright, so we've gotten those taken care of. Oh, that's a different one altogether. My mistake. Or is it not? Yeah, I ain't even looking in the right direction. My gosh, dude. I was like, I wonder if I can see the green one from here. It's like, yeah, maybe not, because there's a giant mountain in the way, dum-dum. Jeez. And I know I could go back and get a heart or a stamina thing right now, but I want to see how far away this is, and then I'll make that call. You ever tried to skidoo yourself? No, thankfully I've not tried to jump into a painting or similar and knocked my head against it. I'm sure I've had, like, flashes of brilliance in air quotes like that before, but I don't remember doing that specifically. Is that a shrine or is that a... Oh, that's a tower. Okay. It was really far down there, so I was like, yeah, that might be a shrine. Nope. We'll drop off on this cliff face here and then get our stamina back and try that again. I'll Tracer from Overwatch. No, she is not my main, by the way. For anybody that plays Overwatch, Tracer is absolutely not my main. She's one of the characters I like the least. I find her very obnoxious. Both as the character and people that play as her. My main is bar none Reinhardt. It has to be Reinhardt. I play most of the tanks pretty frequently outside of Winston. For DPS, Mei, Soldier. Once in a blue moon, Junkrat if we really need it. And for healer, Mercy, Ana. Sometimes Lucio if we really need it. I can play most of the tanks and most of the healers pretty well. The only ones of those I can't play well, I would say, would be... I can't play Sigma or Orisa very well for tank, and I cannot play Baptiste at all for some reason. How many shots with a bow does it take? There we go, because I don't think we've gotten... Ah, and it's not there. I was going to say, like, the really, really high-end meat, but we have not run into that yet. Maybe I should have gotten that extra stamina. Oh my gosh, this is... I miss having that second full wheel of stamina, but oh well. It's gonna be like in a crevice here or something, isn't it? What's all this then? Oh, there's a bunch of silent shrooms. I didn't know these were here. Yeah, give me those. Even if I don't get anything else out of this trip, I'm glad I got those. I was going to say it's obviously behind the waterfall, but no, it's not. There's always something behind a waterfall in a video game. Always. Korok. Yeah, haha. Wee! Oh, pfft. I was trying to throw it in the water, not at you. Oh, I think I know what this one is. This is one that's got a spot you have to use a bomb arrow or an explosive on, is it not? There's a section of the wall here that's a spot you can blow up. Ah, I missed. Oh well. He's dead now. Not in the mood to deal with being sniped at while I'm trying to figure out where to go here. Okay, there's one. There's two. Now hopefully I can do what I was doing without an interruption. Yeah, there it is. I see it. I see it. My eyesight's poor, but it's not that poor. Oh, the urge to blow those fishies up is very high. Nice. I know some of these will sometimes have treasure chests, so I always check. Between you and your video game friends, if you had to compare yourself to the runaway guys, who'd you be? Choco Conroy, Tim, or John? Probably Tim. Probably Tim, because I know exactly who Emil would be between like the two people I'm closest with friend-wise. I know that's Icarus for sure. Like, she's definitely the most high energy out of the three of us. And I'm probably the lowest, like the lowest energy, air quote, of the three of us. I just prefer a more casual experience. He says as he's played games like F-Zero GX. So, like, I don't know how much weight that truly holds. But if we're going, like, with pure, like, how they act, the energy of Tim, but absolutely the sarcasm of John. Like, that part for sure. I just don't have a kitty. I do like cats, though. If I didn't have to pay an outrageous amount of money in order to have the fee to have a cat, I probably would have one right now. Oh, right, you can turn this. I was like, okay, I get that I can, like, line this up, but what good is that going to do if I can't use the staircase? Now I get it. That'll work. Whee. I will say, I do love the mini dungeons in this game. I love the fact that it's a lot more of a reasonable task for somebody that doesn't have a lot of time to play. That it's not like, oh, this is a dungeon, this is going to take me, like, at least an hour, probably more than an hour. I'm going to have to come back to this. Whereas these, it's like, yeah, this will probably take, like, at absolute worst, 10 minutes, probably. It's a lot more of a reasonable request for, I say older gamers, enough to where, like, you have to have a job, or you're in high school, or you're in university, or, you know, whatever. It's a lot more reasonable in that regard. And it is very much appreciated for people like myself. Can I get that to, like, go back over, please? Thanks. I just remember this one has to be at, like, a really weird angle. How different do you think Harry Potter would be if Draco had two moms, one being Hufflepuff and the other Narcissa? Oh gosh, I have no idea. You're asking a Slytherin, so that's a tough answer to give. Fittingly enough, I have been reading through the TV tropes for Harry Potter, which covers both the film and the movie. A lot of time at work, since I work overnights, there's just, like, huge lulls. We're talking, like, hours where just nothing is going on. And so lately I've been getting back into listening into audiobooks. And at some point I'll probably listen to those again for the Harry Potter series. Right now, since somebody gave it to me on iTunes, had given me a card and was like, yeah, you can use this for this. Because I used to listen to the audiobooks as a kid all the time. I got the first 12 8 or 12. No, it must have been 12. It must have been 12 because the first was 1 through 8, and then the second set I got was 9 through 12. So it is 12. But the books from the Magic Treehouse series, because I listened to those as a kid all the time. So it's just been like a little nice thing to have on in the background. It's not exactly a hard read. You don't have to focus very hard on what's going on, so it works really well for what it does. And it's also like just a really good series for kids, I think. I think that's largely everything in Dueling Peaks. Those four of the plateau. Already did that. The tower's here. Got those three. Did the one after it. We just did that one right there. That's going into a different area because that's Ateno. That's the one by Kakariko. So I think it's just this one here, which is like you have to do the quests in Kakariko to get that one done. But I don't remember all the quests you have to do, is the problem. So we might pass on that for the time being and just move on to Hiteno. There's obviously one there, but I believe that's a major test of strength, so I'm going to pass on that one for the time being. I did that one semi-recently, so that's why I remember it. There's one on this cliff face, which is here. I remember that one. There's that one for sure. Ooh, actually, might want to pass on that one. I think I remember what that one is, too. That one's having to free the dragon, and that's actually quite a bit of work to do that one. So we might want to pass on that as well. There is one here. I do remember that. No, wait, maybe it's not there. It might be in a different... It's after this, I'm pretty sure. So it's here. Yeah. And then there's one, like, a little bit to the ways of that. And I think there's one here, but I remember this one being a giant pain in the butt. It's, like, somewhere in that region. So I guess we'll start with blue and go from there. And I warped to the wrong place. I should have gone back to Kakariko to get more stamina. But the damage has been done, and now we must sit through a loading screen. So much pain. Even the books... Yeah, I meant the books in the film, not the film in the movie. I always go back and forth whether I call something a film or a movie, because I took a class in university called Literature and Film, which was mostly comparing the books to the film, and if they were, like, properly good adaptations, because you're taking a huge amount of material and having to shove it into 2 hours, 90 minutes, however long. And so a lot of people are very picky on whether they call something a film or a movie. How'd you feel if someone did a review for content? Feel free. I kind of don't want to watch that. I know I'll just get hit with like an overwhelming amount of negative, but this is more for my entertainment these days. And if people want to watch, then that's awesome. I'm glad people want to watch. But like, even though I've done content on YouTube since July of 2010, like I'm probably one of the few content creators that's been around for as long as I have that doesn't have the delusion of, oh, well, I could make a career out of this. I could be making so much money. I could be like Chugga Conroy, like able to just do this for a living and just play video games. I've got a coworker that's like that, that's 23, and he's a piece of work, to put it mildly. For me, it's just like I have the ability to share what I do with other people, and, you know, if money comes with that, awesome. If it doesn't, fine. I wasn't planning on having money come with it. Like, I've got the donation stuff, like, that's all set up down there, you know, like, bits can be thrown. We usually just use that for, like, really silly things, like being able to, like, mess with me in Mario Party or something like that. So, like, to me, to me, the enjoyment is why you play, and if you get the money to come with it, then you get the money to come with it. And you'll hear that from a lot of people that actually do make a living, like enough of a living off of YouTube or streaming or whatever. They're like, most of them are not so disposed to realize that they're, you know, most of them are very aware how lucky they are. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, like, they're very humble about it, which is a good thing. He's old as AGVN, or AVGN, or Chugga, or as new as Ario in Game Theory. In terms of, like, my actual personal age, 26, so I'm 5 years younger than Emil is. But in terms of, like, my channel being created, pretty close to the same time. I think this is one of the quests. I'm going to see if I can get all the quests. I can think of 2 off the top of my head that I need to do. And these aren't too terribly bad. This one I would have done the first time that I came here, but you actually need the camera function to finish this one, which now that we have it, we can do. Because this guy will basically lead you up to the fairy fountain, or almost up to the fairy fountain, but he doesn't make it because he runs out of steam. But he's like, oh, but I really wanted to see what it looked like, and so you take a picture of it and then you show it to him. and then that's how you complete that part of the quest. There's another one, and it's the one that I was collecting the fireflies for, where it's like, I can't go outside because of the Yiga clan, and so one of the things I liked to do at night was catching fireflies. And I really miss having those, and so you get like a bunch of those and release them, and that makes her happy. So that's one of the quests. And I think there might be one more. I think it might be the chicken roundup, but I'm not 100% certain about that. Okay, this should be about the point that he runs out of gas. Yeah, there he is. Alright, cool. You stay there and I'll take a picture of it. I feel kind of bad that he ran out of gas that close to the fairy fountain, because, like, hiking up the hill was the worst of it, honestly. The rest of it, you're going, like, downhill or you're pretty much level, so that kind of sucks for him, but oh well. I don't know if you have to actually have that fairy fountain active or not, but I mean, it's only 100 rupees. By this point, you should have that active and have been upgrading some of your gear. Hey, my dude. Oh, I found it. Yep. It's honestly the easiest one to get to. Any MCU movies you're looking forward to? I don't watch a lot of superhero movies, actually. I don't watch much Marvel or DC or anything like that. I've only watched, like, probably 3 or 4 superhero movies total across, like, any franchise. And I don't really care about that. Alright, find the fairy fountain, complete. Oh, that's actually a main quest. Huh, didn't realize that. I think I need it to be nighttime, so let's not stand in the fire. Also, apparently this is the first time that I've sat by the fire, period. But yeah, no, like, the only real superhero movies I've ever seen is the original Superman, Wonder Woman, and I think there's one other, but it's not coming to mind. It just never captured me for some reason. I'm not sure why that is. But, like, superhero movies just never did it for me. But I'm not much of a movie watcher, and I'll be the first to admit that. I'm not anywhere on the spectrum or anything like that, but I'm very much, like, if I'm going to be sitting down for that amount of time, I like to be doing something kinesthetic, like with my hands, like messing with a controller on a video game, for example. So, like, sitting down for that amount of time just doesn't do it for me, I think, is part of the problem. And I also don't like doing something and then putting it down and then coming back to it later, like, halfway. Used to go at night to catch fireflies. It's more than fun, it's magical. Yeah, so at this point... let some fireflies go. Let some more fireflies go. Nope, apparently that didn't work. I'm not sure why. It's probably I have to do a different quest first. Probably have to do the one with the chickens first. Speaking of which, there's one right there. But I could be wrong about that. I honestly don't remember what order you do everything in. I just remember the ending part of it. Man, watch that frame rate drop due to the rain. That's beautiful. Yeah, I think you do have to do the chickens first. Yeah, because this guy's here first, and he freaks out about losing them all. I'll go find them. Stop having a stroke. Jeez. Is that iron shroom back? Yeah, it is. Nice. This harkens back to the good old days of Ocarina of Time. So there's the one there. So that's 4, since 2 of them were still there. Fight Xana or Jack Spicer. I mean, I feel like beating Jack Spicer would be easier. It would be more satisfying to beat Xana, though. Oh, I see a blood moon. Hopefully that won't reset the chickens. It probably will reset the chickens, and then I'll be sad. Let's just find out. I'm just going to sit here and wait and see if it does. Because if it does, there's no point in me going to track down more of them if they're just going to get reset anyway. I might as well wait for it to potentially reset. So yep, it's a blood moon. It brings back all the enemies and whatnot. Did it reset my chickens? No, it actually didn't. Yeah, they're all still here. In fact, I think there's one extra that I must have miscounted. Yeah, there's 6 there. I thought there was only 5, so that was my mistake. I was going to try to get more of them there, but I missed. Oop, don't go in the water. Let's go get the annoying one now. The one that's inside of the it's like in the plum patch or the plum trees, and normally the girl there doesn't let you go in there, but since it's night, you can actually get out of there. Unfortunately, that is where my memory ends on where they are. I actually don't remember where the last 2 are. I already got the one up here, so I know it can't be that one. I know this is where I'm going to struggle trying to remember where those last 2 are. There's one on top of a roof, but I don't remember which roof it is. I don't think it's... I'm like 90% sure that it's not this one. I'm pretty sure it's a roof on the other side of the village. Well, I was going to pull a Batman / Mewtwo there, but I guess not. I'm pretty sure I know which roof it is, but I know it's not that one I was just on. I think it's actually this one. No? Or is there not a chicken on a roof and I'm just remembering things wrong? Nope, there he is. You little booger. Oh, you're not gonna... okay. I've never done that before. Nope, just get up there, Link. You can do it. That's like the simplest climb I've had you make in quite a while. There we go. Good grief. Get in there, you little turd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where is that 10th one? I honestly don't remember. I mean, the fact that I remembered as many as I did is actually, I would think, pretty impressive. Seeing as I did that about a week ago, the fact I remembered where all but one of them was, I'm kind of proud of. Hey, there he is. I was just gonna run around like a chimpanzee, or if you prefer the apt expression, I was gonna run around like a chicken with my head cut off. And just hope I stumbled into it, and sure enough, I did. Get in there. I think this is that guy. Yep. Yeah, but I got your chickens back. 50 rupees for doing that? Seriously? You know, there was another game where I got a bottle for doing that. Jeez. Whatever. Let me readjust real quick. Since Blood Moon's reset monster is based on how necessary vicious those chickens can be, it would make sense they reset too. I mean, I thought it would just because it tries to kind of reset it back to a control where it's like everything, this is how it would be when the game started, so it would not have shocked me to see the chickens get changed as well. Which would have been unfortunate. I'm going to check really quickly on that shrine. Not the solution for it, but just the other prerequisites I need for it. If I could spell correctly, that would also help. Oh, I did spell it correctly. Never mind. Okay, so yeah, you do have to do the one where you show them the picture of the fairy fountain. I did that. You do have to have the fairy fountain open. That's already done. You have to do that side quest that I just did. Now, so we have to do the firefly one. Okay. Gotcha. And then you can do the rest of this. Okay. Okay. And you only need 5, not 10. Okay, I had that part wrong. Okay, now that I'm aware of what we're doing here. And I've already got 5. Perfect. I'll probably try to grab some on the way regardless, but now I know. We can at least get 1 or 2 more here. There's 1. Nice. Here we go. So yeah, she says the same thing about the fireflies. And now is the point where you can do this. I thought you had to talk to her, but I was like, I remember the cutscene automatically activating as well. And then she gives you 50. Thanks, I know. Nope. Like, I'm glad you appreciate it, but I'm not just gonna let those fireflies just walk out of here. Alright. Yeah, so you talk to either one of these. Yeah. So they're like, yeah, somebody stole Paya's most prized possession, which is, in fact, the little orb that was right here before. If you try to get it before, Impa will just tell you to, basically to piss off. So, yeah. Favorite Mario and Sonic ship? I don't know, because I haven't played a lot of Sonic, so... The only Sonic games I ever played were Advance 1, Advance 2, Heroes, and... That's it, actually. Just those three. The Stolen Heirloom. Alright. So we put her to bed. Apparently. Alright. And so the rest of this part does not start till 10 p.m. So thankfully we can just sit by the fire till night and we don't have to wait as long. Alright, now I know where we're going with the rest of the quest. We're good on the rest of it. Again, that kind of just falls under the case of like, know how to do it, just don't want to waste the time figuring out all the details again on stream. If I was playing on my own time, sure. But since I'm not... Nobody knows the copyright claim. Well, while we're waiting for this dude, I'm going to double check on something. Because it's coming up pretty soon. Yeah, it's still got a month and a half to go. Okay. For some reason, I can't get it locked in my head when Mario Party Superstars gets released. It's the 29th of next month. And I'm hoping it'll be good. You know, like, having the other one on Switch, Super Mario Party, I don't know why I was blanking on that. I don't feel it was as good as it could have been, but it was absolutely a step in the right direction. So I feel like there's a little bit of hope there. I just hope it'll work as all the fans want it to work. So we'll see. So yeah, for now we're just gonna stealth with this guy. Since I've got the Sheikah armor, this honestly shouldn't be that hard. And I'm fully aware by saying that I have absolutely screwed any chance of making it through, and I will absolutely be caught. But seeing as a couple days ago I had to do the one where you have to follow the Korok through the forest and not get spotted by him, this should be easy by comparison. I remember that one being absolutely frustrating the first playthrough of having to he basically guides you to the shrine, but you can't let him know he's there because he's trying to do the shrine by himself, which apparently he takes to mean as, you know, just getting to the shrine, not actually completing the shrine. And so it's basically somebody being like, hey, I need you to follow this kid so he doesn't get lost. But that's the only way you can get to the shrine. Apparently you can't just go by yourself. And yeah, it's a pain. It was the only one upon redoing the three ones that were in that area that I truly was like, okay, this is obnoxious. The other ones, not so much. The other ones were okay. The ones of, like, not losing your bow, your shield, or your sword, that one was actually kind of fun. Also, hello, Chicharino? I'm probably going to pronounce that wrong. I can almost assure you. But welcome to Breath of the Wild, where we are stalking this man, and it is completely for a good reason, I swear. I'm waiting for him to just stop at some point and turn around and be like, who's there? As most escort missions like this tend to do at least one time. But he's not really doing it. Yeah, there it is. I know once you cross the bridge here, you're pretty much good. Must be imagining things. No, you're not, but I mean, I'm just going to keep following you anyway, so it's fine. Just casually stick this lizard in my pocket. Just put that away and keep going. It's fine. We're gonna have to fight a dude here in a second, but I can just equip that when I get there. And we're clear. Nice. We did it. Chicharino. Got it. It's a big boy. It appears we have an audience. And I can't kill you, I have to kill him first. I don't know why, but I'm sure it's important. Get as much defense as we can going here. I should probably be attempting this with more hearts, but oh well. Oh, I hit the wrong button, that was why. From what I remember, this is usually the best way to take care of the big dudes. I don't know why, but just like throwing your weapon at somebody is just so funny to me. Throw that away. Ooh, hello, that did a lot of damage. That'll work. No, I wanted that guy's sword. What the... Oh, well. I thought he had more health than that, but I guess not. Yeah, so this guy used to be part of the Yiga clan, and much like the Death Eaters in Harry Potter, you can't really leave the clan. They'll just keep trying to kill you for doing that. So, since they couldn't manage to get him, also Windcleaver. Since they couldn't manage to get him, they figured they'd just threaten the lives of his family and friends, which of course worked. No, I wasn't going to return it to its pedestal. I was going to pick up the things the guy dropped, because they're really good. But fine, if I must. Also, if you can hear like a loud wind noise, that's just essentially the wind tunnel that's around my apartment. There's a center area that's got like next to no trees, and so wind just gets trapped really easily there. So that's that noise you're hearing, if you're hearing it. The shrine! Yeah, you do that. I'm gonna go and try to pick up that stuff that you wouldn't let me go pick up now that you left. I'm pretty sure it probably despawned by this point, though. Yeah, I think it's gone. Oh well. It was probably just money. I got the Wind Cleaver, which is the most important thing there, and even then, it's not like it's vital, it's just helpful. Hi. Where's your buddy? Oh, there he is. Give me a little poke. Do I need a bow? Apparently I did. I'm not gonna bother with that. Alright. I'm willing to bet this, I can almost assure you there's very high chance that it will be a, by doing this, you've already gotten you've already done the quest, essentially. So, take a treasure and get out of here. Yep, sure enough. A blessing. There we go. That was the word I was looking for that was not getting into my head for some reason. Good lord. Edge of Duality. That is much better than what we have right now. Except for maybe the Wind Cleaver. But, I mean, still. I burned up a lot of good weapons earlier, to be fair. Dealing with the fighting the enemies that I was definitely outmatched by, but still managed to beat them. What's your favorite Mario Party moment? Also, have you ever won or lost by 1 coin? Yes, I have won or lost by 1 coin. It was actually one that we recorded. It was a long time ago, but it was Mystery Land. It was Mystery Land in Mario Party 2. Let me see if I can find that video real quick. While Dust in the Wind is going on here. Because I believe we were... Because everything is saved on an archive page, or like most of my old stuff is saved on an archive page, and I believe that was one of the ones that we had saved, I believe, but I'm not 100% sure. That might be on my original channel, not my live stream channel. Let me go back. I think it was just Mario Party 2 for that. Yep, the co-op. Turn the volume off so it's not echoing really bad. Wait for it to load. Yeah. This one right here. I was playing as Wario. That was the last minigame that just went off right there. And so the AI got squat, and the other 2 people I were playing with, we all had 3 stars. So it literally came down to bonus stars. I end up with minigames, so that puts me at 4. Coin star goes to Mario and Luigi. So at this point, it's a 3-way tie for stars, so whoever gets happening star wins. AI gets it, so we're all still at 3, but because I have 1 more coin, then I end up taking home the victory on that one. And it was very, very close. 64 to 63. I had a chance time take away... I had to swap stars with somebody, and I lost like 2 stars, and it happened in the last 5 turns, so... I've had a very close call that ended up somehow in a victory by just pure happenstance. But it has happened before, yes. Also now watching the end results, Yoshi had 11 happening spaces. That was a 20-turn game. So over half of the game was on happening spaces, which is absolutely ridiculous to me. Been wondering if I should get Breath of the Wild for a while, and I would just say it's more fun than Ocarina. It is a very different experience to any other Zelda I've played, and I'd say it's almost more different than the CDIs. I almost wouldn't even compare it to another Zelda game. I would say, like, if you like almost the Assassin's Creed style game more. It's closer to that than it is Breath of the Wild. A lot of it is, and I would say even for a first time player, like not necessarily spoiling everything for yourself, but like pulling up a map to find where all the shrines are and just like putting pins of where you know they are just to give you a vague idea of where to go. Because if you have like any lack of control and saying I'm doing this and nothing will stop me, you'll just get distracted over and over and over again. And I've seen that happen with a bunch of people that have played this game, and I think to me those are kind of the more obnoxious ones to watch, because you're just like, I just want you to go and do this thing you said you were going to go and do, and you didn't do it. So it's a very interesting and different game. Is it good? I don't think it's better than Ocarina. I enjoy Ocarina more, but I also like games that I can beat in a sitting or two, getting like the bulk of the stuff done. So like for Ocarina, it would be like no gold skulltulas, but like all the dungeons, maybe full hearts, etc. And I can do that with Ocarina of Time. I can't do that with Breath of the Wild. We've barely made any progress like in the grand scheme of things, and we've been streaming for over 5 hours now. Is it a fun game? Yes, you will absolutely. If you enjoy what you've seen thus far, you will absolutely get your money's worth out of this game, because there is a lot to this game. This is one of the few games where I can be like, yes, it was worth the $60. Like, I definitely got the $60 out of this that would make this game worthwhile. For sure. Who's likely to... Who are you more likely... I'm assuming you mean who are you more likely to do a collab with. Reputation aside of, like, who I'd be more likely to do one with just for my own personal choice. I feel like it actually would be Chugga Conroy, probably just because, like, I know Slim's big into Mario Party, which is fine, but, like, if I did a collab with another YouTuber, I would probably want it to be something that, like, neither one of us are experts in, potentially, but, like, also a little bit more on level ground, because while I'm good, I can't match Slim. He's well and above me. Bang, bang. We knocked them all down. Alright, so blue. Need to go across the way. I was too busy killing things, but that's fine. So yeah, the TLDR of should I get the game or not, give yourself, provided that you don't want to be spoiled, give yourself enough direction with, like, looking for shrines or maybe an Order of the Divine Beast. Give yourself enough direction to know where you're going, but don't spoil the entire thing unless you already know how the game plays, or you don't mind being spoiled. If you don't mind either of those things, then, like, you know, in that case, you can kind of just play it however you want to in terms of looking things up. But since part of the fun is the puzzle solving, I try not to look up answers for the shrines unless it's like that mirroring one from earlier where it's like, I know how to do this, I literally just need the access code, you know. It's not how do I do this, it's what number do I punch in. And yeah, I agree. The multi-kill explosions are really, really satisfying. Like, those will never get old to me, ever. They're just absolutely wonderful. Edge of Duality should work here. Yep. Some rack salt. And some more rack salt. Can we get something worthwhile? That'll work. I just don't use the rock salt that much. I remember that being like one of the things I had a ton of, and I just never used it for any ingredients or anything. Okay, I marked this on my map. Now I'm starting to get worried, because not even like the little marker is going off of like, hey, you're near a shrine. Oh, unless this might be the one I'm thinking of. No, I don't think it is. Maybe it is? I don't think it's the one I'm thinking of. Maybe? Now I'm not sure. What's your favorite cartoon? Oh gosh, in recent memory of all time, as a kid, you have to be more specific. That might be impossible to answer otherwise. In the meantime, I'm going to look for... Because I am using a map to at least, like, pin generally where these are. Am I close? I feel like I'm decently close. I feel like I should be... I'm looking right at it in terms of direction. But I'm not seeing anything, which is weird. Like, I'm not even getting a hint of, oh hey, this is, you're heading semi the right way here. Here we go. Oh, okay, it's this one. Okay, I know what we're doing now. I'm on track. I mentioned this one earlier, so. Now would be a good time to show off how to make a campfire, because I don't want to wait here till night. So you hold a piece of wood. If you don't have a fire weapon, a piece of flint, drop those both. Strike it with your sword, and there you go. We were going to be waiting a while if I didn't do that, so. So yeah, that guy will give you the hint again if you don't remember it from before, but essentially the hint boils down to whenever it gets night in the graveyard, there will be a statue that will glow, shoot it with a bow and arrow in the eye, and that will make the shrine appear. That's essentially what it boils down to. That's one of the things that is kind of an issue with the shrine marker, is so if you ever see a point where it's like going off at like a medium rate, but you can't seem to like get it to be any more accurate, it's probably higher up or below you, like one of those two. Grab that, and then switch. And beat you up with this arm. And throw it away. 'Cause I don't need it. Okay, where did that dude go that like freaked out when I set the place on fire and then... Oh, he just bailed? I guess that's fair. I probably would have bailed too. Can't be that mad. If you're wondering why I'm still collecting those, I'm probably going to end up using them for potions later on, for stealth potions. Alright. But yeah, let me know if you mean like growing up as a kid, now... I don't know about now, because like there's one that I was really into, but it's not airing anymore. So it stopped airing a couple years back. So I don't even know if that one would qualify. Oh, this one. I remember struggling with this one. I don't remember how I solved. I'm pretty sure I solved it the wrong way. Not that there is technically a right or wrong way to do it, but... Yeah, you can't climb that. Alright, well, fine. This is definitely a magnesis / stasis one. It has to be. It's too weird for it to be anything else. It's obviously not a bomb or a cryonis one, so it's got to be one of those two. Okay, I see what I was supposed to have done there, so we're going to try doing something that the game probably didn't want me to do. Hey, it worked! I mean, I meant to do that. There's a treasure there. Let's go for the treasure. Opal. Well, that was a waste of time. Great. Awesome. Now we're gonna sit here and watch this again and try not to get killed by that spiked ball, because I think it's up there. Okay, now I'm genuinely frightened. I don't know where it is. Because it ain't down here with us. Surely would have fallen by now, I'm pretty sure. Nope, not that. Yeah, this is... I'm just presuming this is what they wanted me to do. There have been many, many times where I have solved puzzles in a way the game had no intention of me solving it that way. That was not what I wanted at all. Also, yes, it is here. Get out of here. I'd like to ride this platform without having a heart attack, and the only way for that to happen is for that thing to not be there. Oh, right. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I have to do that again. Can I just, like, throw that out? Can I just, like, not deal with it? Yeah, perfect! Perfect! I don't know why I didn't think of doing that before. Just eliminate one of the problems just completely. Just don't even worry about it. Yeah, so go over here. If you've been thinking with your brain. And then Stasis just decided no. Cool. Like, I know what I have to do. It's just for whatever reason it's not cooperating. Oh, I might have goofed on that one. Can I just stay on this? Hey, there we go. That's what I should have done in the first place. Just stay on this. Hop over here and then change it when it's down. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. Also, no, I have not seen Brad Hull. Right about there. That took way longer to get that than it should have. Really? Really, that was what I came down here for. That was not even a tiny bit worth it. I was like, it might be like a small jewel or something, you know, like a sapphire or a ruby. Nope. Absolutely not. Ugh. Oh well. No, that's not a good spot. I wonder if I can, like, do something I'm not supposed to do here. Again, you hear me doing that a lot of, like, let's just see if I can go in a way the game did not intend. Much like that, for example. Favorite and least favorite Disney movie. Favorite Disney movie? Oh, gosh. I could think of two. I need to go rewatch both of them to give an actual answer on which one I think is better. Favorite is either going to be Zootopia or Moana, and those are like really close together. That's like, I don't know if I could pick between those two. It might just depend on the day or what I'm feeling. Uh, Least favorite? I honestly don't know. I didn't watch a lot of Disney growing up. I mean, I could just go with the obvious and be like some one that everybody agrees is bad. Could just say like Mulan 2 or something really bad, or Hunchback of Notre Dame 2. Which I didn't even realize there was a second Hunchback until like semi recently, and then I'm like, I didn't realize that was there. Probably a good reason for that. It's probably because it was bad. And apparently, yeah, it was not only bad in like terms of what they tried to do, it did not have a lot of production value going into it either. So, ugh. Across the board, not good. Another radish. There does not seem to be a very good place to just scale this thing in general. I think your chat is glitchy. I think it's actually on your end, because I'm not getting double messages at all. So that might be something you're... I know it's, like, Twitch has been really weird the last couple days from whenever I've been watching stuff. Because I haven't streamed in a while, but... I know a couple people have definitely been having issues, so it might be... It might be on your end for whatever reason. Yeah, I was afraid that was going to happen. Let's get back to full here. There we go. But yeah, no, I'm not getting double images is all. It's single. Oh, of course it rains. Why would it do that? Fine, we'll walk. I didn't upgrade my stamina so that it could rain. I'm not actually that angry about it. It's just funny to get mad about something stupid like that. I'm like trying to cheese this namely so I don't have to deal with the sliding. I wasn't holding down crouch. I don't know what happened there. That was genuinely really weird. I didn't want to jump that time. I mean, that's fair. I wouldn't blame anybody for getting a little annoyed whenever you're trying to climb something and it rains. Oh, I was going for yellow. I got distracted. I was like, okay, so we're going for green, right? No. Better have another think. I just figure for the time being, since I can't exactly go left and right too easily either, I might as well just keep going up higher. And if I gotta drop down, then I gotta drop down. It's not that big a deal. It's letting me get away with a lot more than I would if I was developing a game. I would not have let me get away with about 90% of what I just pulled off there. It'd be like, no, you're going to sit your ass down, you're going to wait. That's what you're going to do. You're going to sit there and wait, and you will like it. I do remember this one, so... Because this one, it is behind the waterfall, but the entrance is not behind the waterfall. Like, to get in there, it's not behind the waterfall. The entrance is... You have to go down the... air quote, down the waterfall. And it's on the right. I'm proud of myself for not having to look that up. Cool. Imagine if Simpsons, Family Guy, American Dad, and King of the Hill had a crossover. I mean, I'd watch that for the King of the Hill part. I freaking love King of the Hill. It's such a good show. The fact that it got canceled for the Cleveland show truly is a tragedy. Because as somebody who lived in Texas in the 90s, it encapsulated Texas in the 90s incredibly well. I know a lot of people that didn't live there were like, is that offensive to Texans? I'm like, no, that's like pretty much dead on, actually. Like, that portrayal was about as accurate as it possibly could have been. Oops, that's not what I want. I want a magnesis. Here, fellas. Yep, born and raised. Ooh, that's not a bad single-hand weapon. No, I want that. Don't you tell me my weapons are full. I'll make it fit. I don't mind the spears, but I got too many of them anyway. Give me that. Nope, I'm digging that. That's mine now. Provided I don't hit myself in the head with it. Oh, right, I completely forgot that was even there. I was like, so that's gonna make this thing rise up higher? I was like, no, not at all. Your favorite King of the Hill moment, could you live with Hank Hill, would you? I mean, I live alone, so, and I like having peace and quiet, so probably not. I'm trying to remember how you do this. Oh, okay. Sorry, I literally just had a moment of, like, pure stupidity there, and then once I looked at the puzzling, and I was like, oh, right. Definitely just lost some brain cells on that one. Favorite. I think my favorite moment is probably just the episode in general where it's Hank, Boomhauer, Dale, and oh, what I always blank on his name. I don't know why his name just does not stick in my head, but the fourth one in their group have to deal with those paintballing teenagers, and so they go like on a paintball war against them. That one's pretty good. Bill, that's what it is. Dale, Bill, Boomhauer, and Hank. I don't know why Bill does not stick in my head for some reason. Hey, Topaz. Topaz, that was the other one I was looking for. I was like, the yellow one. It's Topaz. I keep thinking Topaz is orange because of Terraria, but this is not Terraria. It's a very different game from Terraria. Alright, so we got those. Again, we might be able to tackle that one now. I don't know. I'm gonna go do this one first, and then we'll figure that out. Bill's the one with the crush on Peggy. Yes, Bill's the one with the crush on Peggy. I believe. He's the one that's divorced, and he's like pretty much the one that they just constantly make fun of amidst them. Where like pretty much he can't have nice things. Like he'll be at like a birthday party for Bobby and like genuinely being like having a really nice time, and then like one of the kids will be like, "Your wife divorced you," and it just makes him really sad. Maybe that rabbit's here. Let's find out. Nope, doesn't look like it. It's got this hill before it rains. Or something else dumb happens. I don't think there's anything worthwhile up there, but that is not going to stop me from checking. So we got the one with the blonde hair. Yeah, Boomhauer. Pretty much his defining characteristic is just you can't understand what he says. Which is kind of what I like about him, because he's really funny. Dang old dadgum friendly fire. Yeah, it looks like just a bunch of pickups. That's all. Let's have a look. Yep, Silent Princess and Blue Nightshades. Pick them all up, every last one. And I guess you get a nice view as well. I think that is what we're aiming for, question mark. Nope, that ain't it. Way off the mark. Whoa, no. I don't know why that happened. If we're gonna slow-mo something, might as well slow-mo shooting a bird. A drumstick! Oh, that was the first one I got of those, too. I thought I'd picked up at least one by now, surely, but I guess not. There we go. I only wanted to climb it for that. Could you live in a fictional world? Which world would you choose? Ooh, that'd be tough. I'd avoid any superhero worlds because I imagine the chance to have your things get destroyed multiple times would be incredibly high. They're like nice, pretty ones, but you have to give up your... Essentially, most of the time, you have to give up your technology for those. But I feel like given the time, I probably could... I'd be willing to give up the technology. If the world is nice enough, I'd be willing to be like, yeah, I don't really need the technology. I'm fine with books or whatever else there is. What do we got going on over here? We have one of you. He did the old reverse around. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? Yeah, I remember this one. Oh, this is gonna be a pain. Alright, if I had remembered which one this was, I probably wouldn't have done that. Remember that one I said earlier about where you have to get a deer on like a specific landing pad? Yeah, that's this one. You know what? I'm actually gonna cheese this. I'm gonna go a different way. Don't you scare them off. I hate it when deer scare the other deer. It's obnoxious. Yeah, this is one of the cast ones. We haven't run into him yet. Where's the bluebird bard boy? Yeah, this is the one. Let's go ahead and talk to him. We haven't talked to him yet. Hi, Cass. Are you a bird? Yes, he is a bird. No, he's not. He's clearly not a bird. Yeah, so he'll play the song Beast That Wears a Crown of Bone, prancing through the lush green. Can we get the other half of that, please? Mount the beast upon its throne, for only then the shrine is seen. So yeah, it's basically get one of the bucks, the deers with the big horns, and get it on that little pad right there. Have you seen the new Pokemon for Legends Arceus? Yes! I'm looking forward to that very, very much. The only thing I don't like about it is we have to wait till January for it, but you know, that's... oh well. That is the way I recommend doing that quest, because trying to sneak up on one of those, because it's typically surrounded by a bunch of other deer, is incredibly obnoxious. I ended up losing all of them and had to wait for them to respawn, so I had to actually come back to that shrine despite the fact the puzzle itself is not difficult. There we go. And yes, I will be killing this thing the minute that I dismount from it. I'm glad I remembered what that one was before I went around killing a bunch of deer. Probably would have ended with the same result, where I would have just been forced to leave it and come back, and yeah, that would have been a pain. Right, I disabled my bow. Thanks for your help. Now you're dead. Does he say anything different now that we've gotten the shrine unlocked? I get it now. The crown of bone refers to antlers. Of course, that's a mountain buck. Majestic creatures are a bit like the kings of the forest, aren't they? Your exploits are like be or so. Take care, and they'll make the light illuminate your path. See you later, Cass. We'll definitely run into him at another point. The other big one that I remember is the one where you have to stand on a platform, not wearing anything, and you have to wait for the blood moon. Not a fan. That one is a tremendous pain. This might be a blessing shrine, though. This might just be one that they give it to you because the puzzle itself is... Nope, they are not. Ancient Trifecta. Alright. Oh, this one. Yeah, I remember I did this, like... I remember doing this one and I did it, like, completely the wrong way. Okay, so it's that platform. Got it. Just throw that there for the time being. Alright, so what I did... was I set... It's not going to be close enough. I set one of the bombs I had there... and the other one there. First and foremost, we gotta get the platform back to where it was. Actually, this might be slightly easier if I finagle this a tiny bit. Get up there. Nope, no, I don't want you to go that far. Alright. I also didn't want that to fall, either, to be fair. Thanks. Two. Three. Apparently that didn't register one of the times. Alright. There. That's standing, like, decently securely on it. Ooh, man, I got lucky right there because I absolutely panicked. Thunderblade. I will happily get rid of something for a Thunderblade, yes. It might help if I actually went and picked it up, though. I've not seen Ninjago, though. No. I've not watched any of the Lego movies. I don't remember what specifically I need this for. I think it's for the actual answer to the puzzle. But yeah, you've got one of them over here. And then you can shoot it again to get to here. That keeps the door open. You could also technically use stasis if you were fast enough. And use one of the bombs to shift it over. The reason for having the second bomb is in case you mess up, then you can detonate it one more time. I never thought of using the block for the additional height. The magnesis block. I never thought about doing that. But you could do that. But I always use the two bombs, and then whenever it was on the side, shoot it with an arrow. And that got the 3 directions I needed. Now I got me one of them spirit orbs. May the goddess smile upon you. Ugh. My impersonation is very much off. Normally I'm a little bit better about it. Aim at your feet with down to create a nice pillar directly beneath you. Yeah, way off. Way off. To be fair, I haven't done that impersonation in a while. Right. We've got enough to upgrade. Sound exactly like you. I've done better. I know I've done better. Like, I know it probably sounds different to me than it does. Because your voice always sounds different to you whenever you say it versus when you hear it. But normally, in my head, it sounds way closer than it was. It sounded off there, but that could just be me. Dang old pretty pizza. I don't know why that popped into my head, that scene where all the other guys are talking like Boomhauer, but Boomhauer's talking normally. And that's what Bill says whenever he's getting like one of the pizzas out of the toaster. It's just, dang old pretty pizza. Just so excited. Noom. Okay, I completely lost track of where I was for a second right there in the game. I'm like, where am I? Couldn't find this. That's what I was looking for. I kind of wanted the stamina over the heart, but like, probably should get the heart. Since we only have 4 hearts. I mean, I've been managing just fine, but you know. If you swap lives with the video game character, who would it be? Trying to think who like immediately comes to mind. I mean, ideally you'd want it to be somebody that's got it pretty good, all things, because maybe like Wario just for the stupidity, like Wario from the WarioWare microgame series. 9 times out of 10, he just has to sit around and do nothing. Just gets to eat to his heart's content. I don't know. So that's what makes a compelling hero is that they've got to go through all their trials and struggling and suffering and all that. So. Alright, let's switch it to morning and then have a quick look and see how things look. Alright, so we've got that one and then the one that's actually like freeing the dragon on top of Linear, which again is a lot, but we might be able to do that now. Maybe. We've only got 5 hearts is the thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to warp to Hateno Tech Lab and then obviously go here and very quickly make sure I'm not missing any other spots. The only other one we're missing that's in the map that we've got is there. And I'm like 95% sure that's a major test of strength, which I probably am not ready for. So I'm gonna pass on that one for the time being. I'm doing a quick look through the map, and I don't think there's any others other than that one down there, the one I've marked, and the one up here. That looks correct. So, I'm going to go ahead and pin this one for the time being. I know which one it is. I'm just going to go ahead and pin it, though. And then we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get lunch thrown into the oven and use the bathroom. And then we'll come back and do those, and hopefully that'll be enough time for me to get lunch done, and then after that we'll call it. But we should still be able to go for a little bit longer. But most importantly, I need to use the bathroom, so we will be right back. That village theme definitely has some, like, couple of the same notes as Epona's song, that da-na-na noise. It's just so fitting. Also, if you're still here, Scarecrow, right before tuning out, thank you for joining the stream. Chill Breath of the Wild stream is exactly what I need to get through my workday. Don't I know the feeling? Don't I know the feeling? It definitely helps to like just have something on while you're working. In particular, if there's like nothing really going on, it definitely helps for sure. I always keep like a playlist up on YouTube because I can't really run live stream at work. It's just because I'm out in the sticks a little bit. Like, it's outside of our county, and so as a result, the internet's just not good enough for live streaming there. It has nothing to do with my computer. It just internet itself can't hold. But like, I keep at least 2 different playlists of people doing a game, 2 different ones going on, so that way I can alternate between them if I need to, and just like have something to watch and then have the audiobook. And then occasionally do some writing on top of that. Oh, hello. Right, this is a cold area. And that ain't gonna cut it, Chief. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Well, if that's the case, let me bail back to Kakariko real quick and get some cold-resistant food, and then we'll give this another crack. We've got the stuff to do it, it's just I don't want to be bouncing around in the cold with 5 hearts. That's just not a good idea. That's why I always recommend people that if they're going to do the Goron stuff, like, A, have the heat resist potion, but, like, also go there for one of your final areas, because you're going to take a lot of damage just trying to get to the tower and then to Goron City. With the cold, it's a little bit more manageable because you can get to heat-resistant clothing in the Rito area pretty easily without having to struggle too much. Let's just try 3 peppers and see what happens. All of the cold resistance, okay. What if we do something like this? Really spicy steak. Spicy pepper steak for 10.5 minutes. Cooked granted. What else can we use? Here's an idea. Let's take a thing of milk and a pepper and just... This is probably going to be dubious food, but I'm curious. Nope, it's not. Whatever it is, it's not that. Spicy milk. That doesn't sound very good. That sounds kind of nasty, honestly. But if you say so. A spicy omelet. That actually does sound pretty good. I'd be down for that. Yeah, spicy omelet. Alright. That should be plenty. Spicy milk? Just like... Now, if you want a really good warm drink... Okay, like, you didn't hear this from me, especially if you're young. You didn't hear this from me. But getting some hot chocolate... Even one that you just, like, you know, it's the hot chocolate powder. Don't use water. It's got to be milk, okay? Milk will do better. Milk will taste better. It will taste a lot better as just a chocolate milk. But also, like, get a little bit of chocolate liqueur and just throw a little bit in there, you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be good. It'll be really good. I'm trying to remember what my mom and I used specifically last time, but it was insanely good. Because it was a mix of, like, the warmth of the hot chocolate, but then also, like, that alcohol warmth. So you're getting, like, 2 different types of warm. It's not enough to get you drunk or anything, but, like, enough to where you get, like, that warm feeling. And it was really, really good. We'll start with these. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so we got that resistance for 7.5 minutes, then we got another one that's at least 10, so we should be okay. Even if not to get the dragon one, we'll definitely be okay to get the green one. I suppose technically we probably should have actually gone for the Ruto area before doing these, because oddly enough, outside of maybe the boss fights, depending, but definitely not in Rivali's or Mipha's boss, the dungeons don't really cause you to take a lot of damage. I mean, they're really high puzzle. They're not like... Some of the Zelda dungeons in the past will still make you take a fair bit of damage. I'm thinking specifically the Shadow Temple and Ocarina of Time, if you're inclined to just rush through it. Anything on the top of this? A Korok thing. Oh, yeah, okay, well, it's a bit late now. Oh, it resets when you step on it, does it? Cool. Okay, that makes this a lot easier. I was like, if I had known that's what it was going to do, I might have had a chance, but because I did not... Nope, not quite. But the shrine is around here, is it not? It looks like it is. Oh, there's a tree branch. There's some chill shrooms. Those will help for later on. Some wild berries. And yep. Here's our dungeon. Shrine. Sorry. Force I have it. Every time I don't look around in areas like that, I miss something. I always try to do a quick scan going in and a quick scan going out. Oh, this is just a blessing one. Okay, well, this wasn't that hard to reach. Hey, another climb speed upgrade. I will take that. In fact, I'll put that on right now. That actually kind of worked in my favor, because that means I don't have to waste as much time on the cold resistance thing, the food that I had. I can just grab that and go. I'm pretty sure the shrines are always like, they're not an incredibly hot or cold temperature. You can just be in them and you'll be fine. Yeah, it doesn't even look like the temperature gauge is on screen. No, it is, but I couldn't see it through chat, but that's fine. I like having the chat window there. Alright, so that's that. Alright. I'm debating whether I should warp back or not. Oh, there was another chill shroom there. Nah, I think we'll be okay running it. That can't be comfortable for... Like, I know he's got the resistance potion on and the other piece that keeps him cold, but... Man, he's dressing like an LCU student is right now. He's got, like, a really heavy top on. Because LCU students actually genuinely do this. I don't know how or why. But whenever we get winter months at one of the universities that we have... I figured I'd at least get that. People genuinely will think it's okay. They'll wear, like, long sleeve shirt and then, like, a really heavy jacket on top of that. And this is, like, for when it's snowing. So that seems reasonable, yeah. And then on their lower half, they'll wear, like, basketball shorts / volleyball short. Like, really short shorts. And then, like, sandals. It's like, how are your feet not screaming in agony for help? Because you're... gonna get frostbite if you keep doing that. And I get, like, some of those people, like, yeah, they might be doing sports in the winter, but, like, you could just only wear those when you're indoors and playing instead of all the time. Just keep them in your backpack. My gosh. How cold is it out of curiosity? It's even. It's 0 degrees Fahrenheit up here. In the game, not in real life. It's Texas and it's September. It's not 0 degrees. If that happens, the world has ended. Like, we're the last survivors. There's no one left. We're just all biding our time until we die at that point. Cool Saflina. Wait for that to restock. Alright. Let's keep going. And here she is. Oh, it just automatically... Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Thank you. That makes this a lot easier for me. So, for those of you that have not played Breath of the Wild, there are 3 dragons roaming around the world. I don't remember the names of each, so we'll just say a red one, a yellow one, and a blue one. This is the blue one because it's gotten infected. The other 2 have not. It'll probably tell me the name of it right here. Yes, I want to help it. I feel bad for him. Nadra, the blue spirit of Lanayru. So, the one for wisdom. Yeah, probably should have seen this coming then. So yeah, your trial is basically to free him from this. Ugh. This is nahi. So he's got multiple eyes on him, and you've got to like shoot them here and there. The big issue is trying to get in a spot to be able to actually physically shoot them. Shoot the eyes. Shoot them. Switched between the eyes and them, and ended up with them. Of course, the eyes have to be open. You have to wait a little while between shooting each one. The good news is there's not a time limit for this, thank God, because that would be awful if there was. So it seems like as long as you can survive the cold issue, and you've got like an okay amount of stamina, because I mean even then I've only upgraded it twice, so we're not looking at, you know, a ridiculous amount here. You should probably be okay. What do you mean that missed? Oh, it didn't. Okay, good. I was like, I'm pretty sure that hit dead on, but okay. It's about as high up as I can get. If that eye opens, he's toast. You also notice, you might be able to see it, that there are actual wind currents that get created by the dragon, which is actually a very big plus, because it means you can kind of follow him a little bit. So it's a little bit easier to track him than what might first appear. I'm going to go for that one. Good shot. Oh, cold resist turned off. I don't think we're gonna need 10.5 minutes. Let's go with 3 and 5/6 of a minute. Grab onto this. I just need him to, like, kind of, yeah, curve like that. Perfect, perfect. All right. That was exactly what I needed. Yeah, that's not near as difficult as I thought it was going to be. You really just kind of need enough stamina to get up there and the ability to resist the cold at least moderately, and you're okay. That was not bad. And now he's free! Yay! Lose your arrow through the body of Nadra. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to be a dick about it and shoot him in the face. So, the thing about being able to attack the dragons is you can do that. Oops, too high. There we go. So I'm going to try to shoot him in a spot that's not too painful. So each time you see one of these dragons roaming the world, normally they don't sit still like this. This one is basically a gimme because you freed him, so he's basically giving you his gratitude for this one. Each time you shoot one, they'll drop a scale. And I think you can get other parts depending on where you shoot them as well, but a scale is where you'll get something most of the time. It's usually by hitting them in the scale. And the scales are worth a fair bit, but you can also offer them up to some of the shrines. It's now offer a nature scale this spring. Okay, let's do it. And you just drop it wherever. And there you go. That was the other one I said on my other file I had skipped. It was the red dragon. I hadn't gone to the Goron area yet, and that's where he usually hangs out. And so I didn't have a scale to present. And I knew I wasn't going to have one for a while. Your path has shown itself, and they go forth. Tragically, you don't get to keep that scale, but you can get as many scales as you feel like picking up, so... For the time being, though, I'm going to let Nadra enjoy its freedom. Grab the shrine, and then get out of here. This is probably a blessing shrine, if I had to guess. Yep. It's a blessing shrine. I mean, that makes sense. You just help the dragon, so it makes sense. I'm okay with that. Frost Spear. I wouldn't mind having that, actually. Because now we have an electric weapon, and then that would give us an ice weapon on top of that. The fire one is the one, I recommend the most of the three if you have an elemental weapon. We'll go with that for the time being. And there we go. I believe that takes care of everything in that section, again, except for that major trial of strength. But again, I don't think we have enough strong weapons to deal with that. I think we'd break them all before we manage to get anywhere. So I'm not going to attempt that. In terms of, like, surviving health-wise, I'm not worried, but... Let me have a look at the map real quick. Yeah, there's a fair few we could do, because we've got... This is like the lake tower area where Lake Hylia is, and then this is the Farron area, or Fodden, if you prefer. And those will probably be the two areas. If I do another stream of this is probably where I'll go next time, is these two areas, and clear those out. I might skip on the one in the very bottom right, which if you played the game before, you probably remember that one. But, for now... Let's warp to Kakariko. And let me check something really quickly here. Temperature changes. Yeah, you don't say. Yeah, so I overshot how much cold resistance I'd need to do that. I thought I was going to take at least a couple more minutes to do that, but no. That wasn't bad at all. I don't know what I'm going to do with that one that's got a 10-minute timer on it. I don't even think that took me 10 minutes to do. I think I could have eaten that and it would have just now worn off. One thing I could do... I was going to check to see if the bunny was here, but we did pick up those climbing pants a second ago. Let's see if we can upgrade those right now. No, we probably can't do them both, right? Because I don't have enough. Oh, I do have enough for both. Nice. Well, let's go ahead and do that then. Yep, upgrade that. Alright. Away! And there we go. We'll just switch back to the Highland for the time being. A nice solid 15 defense. So yeah, we got full Sheikah set, and then 2 of the Climbers pieces, and all the Hylian set as well. I don't think the doublet has a set that goes with it. There is a cold resistance set, but it has a different shirt compared to that. You get that one in the Rito Village. So, for now, let's go find ourselves a raid target. And then I get to go eat, because I'm hungry. I'm going to double save, because I don't trust my luck. Alright. Anybody else playing Breath of the Wild? Surely there's got to be at least one person playing. Oh god, this is somebody's first. I can't imagine what it would be like having Breath of the Wild as your first Zelda game. That must feel so weird. It's such a different experience to all the other ones, I can't imagine. Alright, thank you all for watching, and I will see you guys at some point. We don't have a set schedule in mind yet, since Icarus is moving, but since I'm supposed to go talk with her in like 4 hours or so, we'll probably find out then and get a little bit more of an idea for that. So, we'll see you guys next time. Later.